Isang magandang hapon, Crossfire community, as we welcome you to Day 14 ng Impact Summer 2025. Mga para sermon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog at kami ang magiging casters ninyo para sa una nating serye. No? Pero bago ang lahat, Sneaky, malapit na mag-playoffs. I just wanna know, kamusta ka naman, pare?
Yeah, I mean, last day na ng group stage dito sa Impact. Yun nga, no, didn't really notice the 7 weeks that we've already had dito sa tournament natin. And it seems like, yun nga, no, medyo maaga-aga nakita na natin yung playoff picture. But seems like the last day is more about yung formalities natin dito, pare, on who is just gonna get first, second, third, and fourth.
Oh, that's true, pare. Talagang we already know, we already have a really good picture on whoever is going to be going towards that playoff spot nga naman no? Talagang doble kayod. Kahit nasa last leg na tayo ng group stages, medyo may init-init pa rin naman ang mga competition. Naglalaro pa rin mga teams natin. At simply put, no? Kahit sa last day, dapat hindi talaga magiging hindi talagang hayahay lamang ang mga teams natin. As we take a look, yung buong format ng Impact Summer, these teams have been fighting for, no? Kasi hindi lang to simpleng tier 2 tournament lamang ng Crossfire Philippines. Ito ay pinaglalaban napalaking prize pool where 8 teams in the group stage format have been battling it out in a single round robin, best of 3. Pero next week, lilipat na tayo sa best of 5. So dyan na talaga ang tamang init na ng competition.
Yeah, for sure. And since kinda alam na natin kung sino yung makakapasok dito sa top 4, ayun nga, it is gonna be them clashing dito sa ating playoffs. Prize pool is gonna be, of course, $700 para sa first place. Second place is gonna get $500, $400 para dito sa third place, and fourth is gonna get $300. So, a lot to battle for. Papunta nga dito sa ating top 4. Plus, you're also fighting for that play-in spot dito sa ating regional finals at the end of the year. So, a lot at stake on the first season ng Impact ng 2025.
Hindi lang financial stake, no? Talagang it also elevates you to the top nating Cfs PH community, as well as a team who's trying to grind it out na hindi nakapasok sa PH Masters. This is the next best thing. And not only that, very important din para makaabot ka nga naman sa Crossfire Stars at the end of the year as well. So hopefully, one of these teams are gonna have a really good time papunta dito sa ating last day. As we take a look at the standings sa buong kabuuan ng Impact Summer, ay talaga nga namang we had expectations, and some of them have been met. A lot of them have been met as of yet. Top 1 and 2 was definitely expected. Sunday Shrooms, Matt Jess, as Rhea 7 Aramita and Heroics try to fight for their spot nga naman, and they definitely have done so in time, while everybody else at the bottom of the leaderboard has been trying to get themselves a really good matchup. Pero yun nga lang no? Medyo mahirap-hirap pagdating din sa Impact Summer considering how competitive the stage has been.
Yeah, I mean, very, very tragic, no, yung nangyari dito sa XPT, considering na kung natalo nga nila yung Heroics dito sa week number 6, this could have been them in the top 4, and this could be, one of the first teams in a while that we have for 5 unknowns on the team, and all of a sudden, nandito nga sila dito sa ating playoffs. Pero parang it is, as per usual business para dito sa Impact. Seeing itong Sunday Shrooms matches, Rhea 7, Heroics being in that position. So, ayun nga, no, I think the only glaring thing lang talaga dito sa ating top 8, which is that number 6 spot para sa Vengeance. I mean, Vengeance, expectation was playoffs para sa kanila at the start of the season, but with 4 losses, pare, I don't think that's possible. So, at least they're gonna try to go out with a bang dito sa series natin for today.
Absolutely true, pare. Considering that this is still more than just formalities at this point, parang ang magandang point na lang is to end the season strong para sa pagpasok ng Impact Fall, where they have another shot at trying to get themselves back in towards the community. Talaga nga namang maayos din ang magiging round nila doon. No? As we're taking a look at the schedule for today, it will be a banger of a schedule. Parang masasabi nating preview of the top 1 and top 2 performances in the playoffs, as well as Sunday Shrooms versus Vengeance sa ating first match. And we have another Cebuana Derby papunta dito sa ating second matchup. It will be Matt Jess versus Rhea 7 as well.
Yeah, I think especially in second series na yan, it's just Matt Jess G-checking siguro itong R7 on how good they actually are dito sa tournament natin, but I don't think that second position is gonna move anytime soon. Para naman sa Vengeance, no, I mean, one up against itong Sunday Shrooms. Para sa mga nakakaalam dyan, Vengeance actually beat the stack of Sunday Shrooms and yung Vanguard when it was the off-season. So that was a very interesting W to pick up. I think Los Zetas yata yun. I have no idea how I remember that, pero ayun nga, Baby Vengeance, there's a semblance of a chance with Tetsu and itong si Aiden no longer on that collab roster. It's instead the real Sunday Shrooms roster, pare. Pero para sa akin, SS, ayun nga, they've clashed with vengeance multiple times. Hindi lang dito sa Cfs Ph Impact, kundi sa mga ibang tournaments as well. So, pagdating naman dito sa head-to-head natin, I feel like both teams kinda have a rough idea kung paano sila maglalaro dito.
Magkakilala ba lang naman outside of Impact Summer just gives them a bit more room to work with, no? A little, parang hindi tayo papasok sa matchup na masabi nating fresh, hindi natin masabing hindi nila kilala isa't isa. They've known each other for quite some time now, and that just means that Vengeance are coming into this not blind, pero mukhang may panlaban ata dito sa Sunday Shrooms, no? So hopefully gamitin nila yung experience nila coming into this first matchup, Vengeance versus Sunday Shrooms nga ulit. Sagupaan nga as mentioned in our lower thirds at this point in time, no? So let's take a look at both teams very closely. Sunday Shrooms, the top of the barrel when it comes to the Impact Summer leaderboards as well. And considering the playoffs, hindi ko naman sinasabing medyo nag-iisa sila, no? Pero ang dami kasing Cebuanos in the playoffs bracket, no? What makes them so different from everybody, pare?
Sunday Shrooms, I mean, you have a good balance of experience, no, dito sa team na to, and also youth as well. Obviously, Kid from Hell coming in galing sa kanyang stint dito sa Vengeance, destroying every single team that is in Impact, pare, and naandun sa play-in. It wasn't even close at that time, and he was one of the main reasons why Vanguard was so good last year, his erratic entering and gameplay na nakakatulong nga dito sa Sunday Shrooms. But I feel like it's not really a big surprise na maganda yung performance ni J. Kim, considering na nagpakita na siya ng ganitong laruan from last year's Impact tournament. So, ayun nga, I feel like he just got a lot better. Mas naging solid and consistent na kanyang gameplay. He's a lot less tilty, no? Kumpara nga dito sa kanyang stint sa XQ. Nagkakaroon kasi na moments talaga where Kim, he loses like 2 or 3 rounds and maybe he becomes depressed, pare. And he just, has a hard time the rest of the game. Pero he's very easily ang dali niya makarecover. Just give him 1 round and yun nga, he's back in the game. He's very similar to the anime character na si para sa nakakaalam sa Haikyuu, no? Parang si Bokuto basically in this team. So, ayun nga, he's a very, very good ace, but man, sometimes he does get tilted. Pero rest of the team actually performing well as well. I think yung pinakamalaking surprise sa akin was actually si Zib and si Zoren. Fully knowing them personally, no, I didn't think na they would be performing this well talaga pagdating sa Impact, but hey, they've had some really good performances dito, especially si Zib.
Yeah, talaga nga naman, no? Very, very top-rounded team as we head on into the map, Vito, para sa Sunday Shrooms and Vengeance. We'll talk about Vengeance in just a short while, pero tingnan natin kung saan sila lalaban, no? Angkara, Black Widow, and Compound, they both get very good maps on each of their respective team, pare. BL side getting started on by Sunday Shrooms just means that they have a little bit more of an advantage from the start, while Sunday Shrooms get their best map pick, pero yun nga lang, Vengeance, they are known to really have really good Black Widow maps as well, pare.
Yeah, for sure. I was just very surprised na hindi Black Widow yung pipiliin ng Vengeance, considering that's probably their best map off the jump. Pero Angkara is not too bad of a shout para sa kanila as well, considering na, Jello did very well sa mapa na to. Ayun nga, Suwa did really well sa mapa na to. So, a lot of players can really pop off para dito sa Vengeance in this Angkara map. Black Widow is a bit of a mystery para sa akin, considering na, Vengeance has a really good BL sa mapa na to, but then yung Black Widow GR dito na Sunday Shrooms isn't too bad as well. So, I wouldn't say 50-50. I think may slight advantage pa rin yung Sunday Shrooms going into map number 2. Pero map number 3, I feel like that's all SS pa rin. Not gonna lie. Kasi, ayun nga, Vengeance, medyo kalat yung kanilang gameplay pagdating dito sa compound.
A map where it's super easy to dissect your opponents kapag alam mo na yung tempo nila. I know where Sunday Shrooms actually have a really big strength nga naman. So kung maabot nga tayo sa decider na yon, mukhang lalaro tayo sa playground ng Sunday Shrooms nga at that point in time as we head on into another announcement. My team substitution ang pareho nating kupunan, where Sunday Shrooms are be taking out tong si Zoren, putting in Sib 777 in the roster. I believe it was around the time when naglaro sila against Al Sovereign, where he actually did a pretty respectable performance, no?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, si Zib isn't really too bad of a player, no? He's, every time na may sub in dito yung Sunday Shrooms, it is more of a parang Swiss Army knife kind of player, which I do appreciate. Si Zib, I think he has some really good sniping spots as well, especially in the first 2 maps. So, looking forward to what he can offer, no? Dito sa SS. And he has already played dito sa tournament na to kasi, a certain guy that starts with a K and ends with a from hell, pare, fellas, and couldn't make the game. So, ayun nga, Zib did a great job naman of filling in para sa kanya. I think Sunday Shrooms not gonna struggle at all pagdating sa sub na to.
Yeah, especially since they're really good at mid-rounding as well. Zib is very flexible, so hopefully nothing changes at all for Sunday Shrooms. No? Pero that's for SS. Yung players naman on Vengeance as well, they will also have a substitution. And it will be CJ out. Yung is mga una na lang subs, and it will be Jeloy in the roster. So they're gonna keep their original form coming into the Impact Summer. So that means Sua and Jeloy will be reunited as a rifling duo.
Yeah, and I think kailangan na talaga si Jeloy dito sa roster to. I feel like CJ, granted man, he played absolutely amazingly, no? Dun sa last week. But CJ, as much as he has a lot of output para sa kanyang team, I feel like Jeloy does a lot of stuff para dito sa Vengeance that kind of goes under the radar, pare. And I feel like Vengeance, with the way that the team is structured, where it's like 3 riflers, maybe a sniper, looking for opportunities sa mapa while 2 players kind of stay back, you kind of need him to be that second anchor para sa kanyang team. Pero depende pa naman talaga. Vengeance, it's the last day of group stage. Baka malay mo, di ba? Trip ni Jeloy maging more aggressive this time.
Absolutely, pare. Something that has to be demanded out of Jeloy nga naman for Vengeance, as the inconsistency has continued all throughout. No? So hopefully, yung highest peaks nila makikita natin pagdating dito sa last day before the playoffs, as we head on into yung predictions natin, ang pinakamahirap na pag-usapan dito sa broadcast natin so far. Pero for this matchup in particular, I don't think it's gonna be that difficult to discuss. 2-0 para sa Sunday Shrooms for me. I think they have the leg in dito sa ating matchup. And what about you, Sneaky?
I'm thinking Sunday Shrooms 2-1. Medyo dangerous yung second map, not gonna lie, para dito sa SS. As much as I believe in the boys dito sa Sunday Shrooms, that Black Widow is gonna be a big mystery para sa akin dito. But yeah, I believe Vengeance can at least get one here, man.
Okay. So, 2-0 for me, 2-1 for you, which definitely gives a lot more respect dito sa original lineup nga naman ng Vengeance Cat. Can deal damage, but hopefully makuha nga nila yung consistency na makikita natin sa kanila, na hinahanap natin all throughout the Impact Summer season. But going back, the discussion around Vengeance naman starts with how inconsistent they've been. They had their highs, they had their lows, pero they've had a bit of chances to show off that roster with a lot of firepower. It's just that sometimes, pare, they kind of fall from the get-go kasi either masyado silang passive or masyado silang nag-over-rotate, diba?
Yeah, for sure. I think Vengeance kind of gets stuck sometimes dito sa kanilang sarili na laruan. I think I've seen this time and time again, no? Even dun sa stint nila from last year na, they play really good in the map, and all of a sudden, something hitches para sa kanila dito and they all freeze. And pwede sana yun if this was like CFEL 2018-17 siguro, where, there wasn't much defaults, back in the day. Pero ngayon, we're in 2025, man. It's default heavy. Obviously, hindi kayo pwede na nakatiyo lang the entire time. Someone has to make the play happen. That's why napapansin mo yung mga best teams dito sa Impact. Yun nga, kagaya ng Sunday Shrooms, they have players within the team na is not afraid to push the line forward, to play the risky play in order to give them the further advantage. No, I want to see more of that galing sa Vengeance kasi you have really freaking good players, man. Napakagaling ni Kara at ni Suwa. Kara especially. So, I want Vengeance to take advantage more ng kanilang mga star players dito.
Yeah. Now we're gonna start in towards that Ankara map sa ating pinaka-last game para sa Sunday Shrooms on the season. Vengeance gonna starting strong with Azan is bringing on down. That's a 1-for-1. Kid from Hell already on high mid kasama the rest of Sunday Shrooms. Fully controlling yung tower. RS already now focused by Ram, a very aggressive player, where Vengeance now have to play with this squeeze at them coming through from SS.
Yeah, Alret's good shot dito kay Zib. Kid from Hell already on very, very low HP, pero Jeloy will come in dito kay Ram. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 3. Kid from Hell nasa loob pa naman ng 2F, and he gets taken down immediately. J-Bye is the only one left alive dito sa loob ng RS, as Sua does get him. Bog standard defense lang. Galing sa Vengeance, Sunday Shrooms trying to take it fast dito sa mid.
Yeah, it's either yung naipit, try nilang ipitin yung Vengeance from the rotation, or naipit mismo yung SS, playing around yung RS control na meron sila dito. I think it was the overpush from Ram that actually got caught off guard by the rotation from Vengeance. Tapos Kara, right place. I think he was the hotel player, slowly crawling up towards that akyatan position. Just nagulat na nga lang na hindi nakapagpasok ng B-site ang Sunday Shroom. So, no entry whatsoever. They got stuck in towards that high mid position despite really good entry from Kid from Hell. No? So, 1-0 for Vengeance. Smoke on in towards that A-site, and they see that there's adaptation. Sobrang dami na atang investment from that mid side that they want to take an extremity for themselves ngayon, Sneaky Frog.
Yun nga, Sunday Shrooms with a more calculated approach. Papunta dito sa A site, who was spotted from that fence position. Mapapabalik siya ng room A, pero hindi siya makakabalik on that top A position. Jeloy, mag-isa na lang dito. Ram will get taken down eventually, pero meron pa naman tatlo papunta dito sa top A, and as he gets naded, that's a clear top A. That's a 3v3 as J Kim goes down. Not too bad of a spot para sa Vengeance. If someone can swing by dito sa CA, this wouldn't be too bad of a retake.
They have a nade, pero Kid from Hell is just gonna lurk around the shadows while Azen is already opening up the space. That's an entry down. That will be J-Bice for another one. So 2 versus 2, pareho pa silang low. So medyo nahihirapan na sila at ang layo pa ni Kid from Hell. Stick on the bomb. I think that's gonna be it as Azenit will be getting himself the defuse and Aldrets will be expecting Kid from Hell. So a Colt out, a 2-0 Vengeance with a good start sa Ankara map natin.
Yeah, I like na Vengeance just straight up went for it pagdating dito sa retake. I mean, hindi pa nakakaset up yung Sunday Shrooms pagdating sa kanilang retake defense. No? So they were kind of caught off guard when someone was literally on the site with an M4. As Vengeance is still the exact same defense para sa kanila dito. Just like how I said, they are a very default-heavy team. Pero so far, gumagana naman yung kanilang default dito. Especially Aldrets and itong si Azenit who's gotten 3 each.
I think the issue is also kind of the pacing since... kind of seen na medyo pagkatapos na ko rin yung objective, they were willing to still keeping the fights going. Tapos yung after ng shot nila, I think they were a little too aggressive on trying to take yung post-plant position nila while they also were expecting yung flank from Kid from Hell. That was from Vengeance. His timing naman na in-expect na lang yung RS player tapos dun pa lang maayos na yung rotation nila. So J-Kim, nice flash, Kara down. That will be a good headshot sa entry nila on that hotel position. At kita mo yung adaptation ng Vengeance right now. They keep both Aldrets and Azenit to play a bit more aggressively. Azenit is gonna drop in towards bypass. Nakita niya si Zib. It's a really good spray down from him. A triple para kay Azenit. And what do you know? The C4 is down sa bypass. Aldrets with another shot. Perfectly placed dito kay J Kim. Si J-Bice na lang. In a 1v3 scenario where bomb down. At ang daming players na kailangan niyang hakutin dito. At simulan niya kay Aldrets. Called out. Beautifully done sa kanya. Pero si Azenit, inuhold pa rin niya yung C4 natin.
Wait, Azenit just stood there?
What?
Yun lang, bakit mo tinaywan yung nade, Azenit? Oh, makes it a 1v1. I mean, it is a possibility. One tap to the head galing dito sa Colt from J-Bice. Pero yun lang, Suwa. Round the corner, Suwa spotted dito ni J-Bice. Never mind, he's turned around looking at the wrong direction entirely. 3-0 Vengeance. Good defense so far. Azenit saying hi to his old teammate na si Kid from Hell in that TB position, canceling out the possibility of a B-split, pare.
Sayang, men. And if it wasn't for Azenit's positioning and his awareness from that bypass spot, it was an easy entry for Sunday Shrooms. Pero their passive control, from something that medyo na-expect ko from the previous games that we've seen Vengeance do, wala na siya no? Aggressively taking control of that space as Jacob's gonna knock that down purely out of Azenit's demise into a 5v4. Nasa kanila yung hotel position pare, Sunday Shrooms looking to take control of both yung A mid at saka yung B site where Hotel is crawling with so many Sunday Shrooms players.
Wait, pero J-Bice. J-Bice trying to get that sick timing going into Vents. Maybe trying to get the Vents player. Pero dahil nga na-realize ni Kara na walang tao dito sa LA, no, they're gonna start focusing this B side. As we see itong si Aldrets get back into his position. B-side defense is a bit weak though, pero feeling ko retake yata yung hanap dito na Vengeance.
Luto pa rin siguro ng late lurk coming through from Jeloy as well. So the car is gonna have to rotate back as fast as possible. Skid from Hell. May entry na sa site. Clear about corner. Spring on from the smoke as well. Aldrets expected. Then through the smoke, through the blind. Patayin na si Aldrets into this 3 versus 3 after Kara takes down Kid from Hell. Jeloy and another one gets killed up by Ram and Zib. It's a 2v1. Suwa also expected. So pag-rotate niya pabalik into the B site, it will be another round for Sunday Shrooms and finally breaking the streak of Vengeance, pare.
Yeah, I mean, good move. Galing dito kay Kid from Hell, getting yung bato position natin dito in order to further make their retake defense easier. Someone has to make those types of plays. And the Kid from Hell is the one to do it, pare. So Sunday Shrooms now with a point. Dito sa kanilang BL side, they're gonna need to start streaking a bit here. And tignan mo naman sa Vengeance. As like I said, default heavy team is the exact same defense. So Sunday Shrooms, if you read this kind of pattern, pwede kayong pumasok ng A side. But you have to get Suwa first. Suwa Shot already dito sa may bench position. J-Bice with the room flash. And here we go on that A position. Sua on the inside of room. Instantly taken down dito the kid from hell. Spotting itong si Jeloy as well. Jeloy down to 1 HP. There, nandito na si Azanet on the behind, on the exit. Pero hindi pa siya mababawasan. The hesitation to get into top A could be the key. In Vengeance getting back this site. Pero Jeloy, mamamatay na nga dito. Azanet nandito pa sa top A trying to defend against 4 players. Pero hindi nila magagawa yun. Vengeance swept dito sa top A. That entire fight was just top A, pare.
My goodness, pare, no? Usually, in these sorts of scenarios where hindi ko masabi aggressive, no? Pero very calculated na yung pace ng Sunday's Rooms. They had control, pakatapos nila patayin si Jeloy, and they had all the pace in the world para makapasok na on the top A, where they just took their time, pare. Just soaking the choke out of these players on Vengeance right now, as it will be that first kill dito kay Alrets, push on in from Azadet as well, and because of the M4 spray, naiisip na ni J-Bice na baka may pumasok, pero popcorn thanks to the grenade. Azanet able to take down J-Bice as well for V4, and it's eventually gonna be a B push for Sunday's Rooms, as it will be another attempt at Azanet to take another spray down, pero yun nga lang, Kid from Hell expects it.
Yo, wait, hotel position though. They need to be careful about the position dito ni Sua coming in from the behind. Ram is gonna get taken out. So at least meron silang information na may magagaling dito na second mid and their hotel. Zib will get Jeloy eventually thanks to those tracers. So 2 versus 3. Half HP pa yung dalawang players dito, pero Kid from Hell from the behind will easily get itong si Kara. Sua na lang natitira and he's a known entity. Dito sa loob ng hotel, Jake Kim at the jump. Zib with the headshot, and that is another round on the board para sa Sunday's Rooms. Good recovery after that 0-3 start.
Alam mo, napansin ko din no? Sunday's Rooms is not always the type of team na will start fast, which honestly, they take some time para ma-download yung opponents mo na, at mukhang downloaded na ang data, alam na yung pace, alam na kung kailan dapat maging aggressive. They took their time on taking yung bypass control pagkatapos sila patayin si Azanet on the mid side. And very well, that becomes a very big weapon para sa Sunday's Rooms na ngayon ay kino-control na ni J-Bice yung mismong rotations ng mga teammates niya, at alam na niya kung paano niya handle ang GR side ng Vengeance ngayon, as they now play with its default position, separating tong si Ram to try to take control of that A site as well, habang yung iba sa Vengeance naman ay tamang hiwalay lamang para magkaroon ng semblance of control all across the map.
So control para dito sa Sunday's Rooms, not as fast as before sa pagkuha nila ng mid. I think they're a lot more aware siguro sa antics dito ni Azanet in this tunnel speed position. And I really like finally na Azanet is not playing itong hotel. He has had a hard time holding yung position na yan. So kind of picking up the slack for his captain. So a minute left on the clock. Utility check para sa Sunday's Rooms. They have 2 flashes, 3 flashes, and 2 smokes. Actually, 5 flashes and 2 smokes. So, plenty of utility na pwede pang setup dito sa loob ng site. Pero para naman sa Vengeance, they're still holding on to so much util as well.
My goodness. If Jacob doesn't clear, itong si Kara's gonna be a very dangerous opponent later on. But Alrets on the front line gets one. Yun nga lang, that will be a trade. That will be Jacob finally taking control of that flank watch. Expected na yung likod at mukhang sa harap pa agad-agad nakuha pa ng Sunday's Rooms ang control dito sa B site. Rotations coming forward for Sua, as well as tong si Jeloy into this 2 versus 4 where it looks unwinnable unless they kill off tong si Ram sa harap-harapan lamang ng site as well. They kill one and it will be a 1 versus 4 for Jeloy. Gets sprayed down as well, as Sunday's Rooms will take 1 round into the lead as well.
Yeah. 4-3 Sunday's Rooms. Seems like the recovery is not stopping para sa kanila dito. It might turn into dominance dito sa mapa ng Ankara. 2 more rounds till they get the score that they desired, which is 6-3. Pero Vengeance sa laban pa naman dito. Of course, J-Bice tagged down to low HP dito sa yellow early. So Sua might get a bit frisky dito sa LA. But no, he's gonna get dissuaded. The amount of nades na tinatapon dito is really dissuading him from playing that Venge position. But at the same time, Sunday's Rooms, they do know that room flash. So hindi safe yung position dito ni Sua. Pag yan pumasok yung flash na yan, ayun lang. Someone missed a flash. Huh? Oh my god, someone missed a flash galing sa Sunday's Rooms. But that's fine. They're gonna take site anyways, pare. Even Vengeance is confused kung saan pumutok yung flash na yun. What is happening? Okay, so ayun nga, usually it bounce a flash dun sa fence or dun sa pole that is right next to EA, and it bounced the other way. Unfortunate, pero feeling ko hindi na yata magagawa ng Vengeance ang retake, pare.
Nako po. As long as they kill off the top players, as long as, as long as the entry is clean, it doesn't matter where the utility hits. Kasi Sunday Shroom still has it in the bag nga naman eh, no? 5-3. Again, with the aggressive timing back in towards that A site execute, I think they read na dalawa lang yung nasa top A. I think just because of their read on killing off tong si Jello, it will be a very fast conversion back in towards stairs. I think that was also I think I think the flash just wasn't needed, pare. They just needed to kill them off, and that's just all that they needed para magkaroon sila ng control dun sa may A site. No? So, Sunday Shrooms back in towards default. Vengeance have to rely on yung push shot nila all the way towards that bypass push as Alreds holds the angle. Kid from Hell spots him out though. The shot doesn't connect, and eventually it does. Papunta kay Alreds right now. Bypass in full control. High mid also. A lot of pressure given up over towards Azinet as well. So 1-0. Sunday Shroom's gonna be happy to take yung man count advantage natin and run to the A side.
Yun nga. Outlets already being down is not good news para sa Vengeance whatsoever. You're gonna need that sniper to heat up, and if he's dead, he is very, very cold. That's for sure. Pero Azinet, I think na-recognize nila na wala ng tao dito sa B site. So, CA gonna be the target. Pero kung ganda ng position dito ni Ram, he can deny this rotation into CA. But never mind, Azinet still gets itong si Ram. Suwa will get the spray, pero Zeb will get the finish. Pero di nila napansin si Jelloy na nasa loob ng smoke ng EA. J-Bice na lang natitira in a 1 versus 3. J-Bice spotting itong si Jelloy. Hold on, wait a minute. It's possible, pero hindi niya alam na meron tao dito sa likod. Azinet getting his fellow captain. 5-4. Pretty equal ang Kara so far, which I didn't expect. No, I actually expected VNG would be struggling dito sa first half and maybe thriving sa second, pero their defense is really good.
Kaya nga eh. Yung kinulang lang pala is one more player to the mix. Sa defense ng A-site, Azinet on a proactive position din sa may vents. Tapos yung pag-hold ni Jelloy on the cross as well. Just made sure that everything is topsy-turvy sa GR side nila on that A-site defense. Which honestly, 2 out of the 3 times dun pa lang naging successful. And on the last round, dun pa lang sila nagkaroon ng adaptation as Kara picks up 2 kills. Aldrich with the shot. That will pick up so many of those defenses coming through for Sunday Shrooms as Vengeance. They clear off the site, and that leaves Jacob and Ram to play the retake scenario with the numbers disadvantage, pare. They have to play around the smoke while Vengeance is already in. They already cleared the 4 takeoff this time around as Kara only gets 1 shot to the dome. Ram in a 1 versus 2. Azinet, let's play around that smoke, pare. Hindi alam ni Ram na kung papasok siya from the flank or if he has to go back towards the B side. Hinahabol siya ng dalawa. Yun nga lang, he has time to rotate. And time he shall do kasi magpa-flak na lang siya all the way from CA.
Yun nga, 35 seconds left on the clock. Jelloy na dito sa top A. Pero Azinet, first one to peek. Pero Ram can do this. Nagpipeak pa nga si Jelloy. Dangerous peak. Pero 5-5 pa rin ang magiging score natin dito. Vengeance. Hey, they're still neck and neck up against itong Sunday Shrooms, pare. Feeling ko, I really feel like this is gonna be one of our longer Ankaras, pare. I'm not saying that it is gonna be 12-12, pero feeling ko it's gonna be around yung 8-10 or maybe 7-10 na range, pare. Kasi feeling ko both sides of the server naman are really showing their strengths, pare. Obviously, yung strengths ng default dito ng Vengeance when it comes to their defense, maybe could be the same dito sa ating second half considering the amount of times they do practice yung kanilang mga executes dito. So, let's see. I mean, Sunday Shrooms, obviously, wala pa tayong nakikitang, anything eye-popping galing sa kanila dito. We're not seeing a 20 bomb galing kay J Kim. We're not seeing a 20 bomb galing kay J-Bices yet. So, yun nga, we're currently seeing Sunday Shrooms maybe warming up dito sa series natin. And, ayun nga, Vengeance, this is their opportunity to take their own map pick, pare. Considering na Black Widow pa yung map number 2, this is possibly your best shot into getting another win on the board. Finishing off the season good. And, why not give your old teammate an L, pare, no?
Magkakatropa nga sila at the end of the day, no? But, just a few things na napansin nga natin, no? Medyo slow nga yung approach nga ulit ng Sunday Shrooms. Usually nga naman sa mga games nila, they needed some time to take a read on their opponents. Tapos saka pa lang sila nagkakaroon ng maayos na reads kapag tumatagal na nga yung game. Maybe they're also adjusting to Zoran's absence nga as well. No? I'm not saying that Zib is a bad player by any means as well. It's just a big effect kapag you're used to a system na where one player is just very reliable at that role. No? Tapos you have to change it at moment's notice. Parang sa gantong sitwasyon, kailangan talaga mag-adapt. At adapt they have been, and that's not also to say the Sunday Shrooms are having a very bad game. No? They're neck and neck against a team that is di ko masabing popular map pick nga nila ang Ankara, but a lot of the times that they do pick this map, they have a really good performances. No? So, all is good sa pareho nating teams. No? I think Azenit, something that we've expected out of him is that he's a really good player when he's on form. And on form he has been, pare. He's been doing a lot of the legwork in that GR side.
For sure, for sure. I think especially nga dito sa GR side, no, I feel like, Azenit has done a amazing job dito sa on this first half. I feel like, yun nga kagaya na sinabi ko, the adjustment of him going from the hotel player being the TB player, feeling ko mas bagay kay Azenit yun. Kasi Azenit, he has a tendency to, maybe overplay his hand. And pagdating naman sa hotel position, you can never do that. Kasi napakalaking parte na mapa ang mawawala dito sa GR if you do let that position go. So, overall, good adjustments kind of Vengeance throughout the season. Pero, let's just see. Kid from Hell has been playing pretty good as well. Honestly, has been the Kid from Hell versus Azenit show in terms of the top fraggers. So, let's see kung tuloy-tuloy yan, man.
Yep. Will he be the star of the show para sa Sunday Shrooms, or will Azenit continue to reign supreme for Vengeance right now? As they're back into the reset right now, 5-5. And back into the BL side para sa Vengeance ngayon. Suwa low on HP thanks to the nades. So you could tell that his position is going to be vital pagdating sa mga entries natin dito for Vengeance side. It's full for a full minute for Vengeance. They're just winding the clock down, expecting the overpush from bypass, expecting the high mid pressure na pwedeng gawin nga ng mga players na Vengeance natin. As wala pare, I think this is going to be another 40-second execute if Vengeance do rely on that high mid pressure na gagawin nga nila ngayon.
Yeah, better make that 42. Because you don't want to be executing on even numbers about it. That's too expected. Pero Kara, in this box's position, so he's going to be responsible for holding out this entire rotation from the two players. Pero J-Kim narinig na nga na bumaba ng Vents. Punished immediately, Kara, with the amount of presence he has on the other side. But they do have a slight clue na it is going to be a B-side take. Walang nagro-rotate galing sa Sunday Shroom. Zib will get the first frag dito kay Suwa. Mapapabalik siya. Kid from Hell inside of batteries will get Azenit. Good spray. 3 versus 4 actually. Kara still coming in from behind. Pero di yata aware yung Sunday Shroom. So meron na nakalikod sa kanila dito. Zib with a good shot saving that flank. 2 versus 2 all of a sudden thanks to Jeloy. And no utility except for one ram from behind. Jeloy running away. Repeat dying. Aldret's the only one left alive. And that is it for his life, pare. Grabe naman Sunday Shrooms. Good retake, but at the same time, I'm surprised na they bailed themselves out yung dun sa position ni Kara dito, pare.
Kaya nga pare. Honestly, Kara was just 2 seconds away from killing the rotator that was J-Bice. Pero Civ very clutch sa pagpatay sa kanya. Plus the rotate from Ram all the way back in towards that hotel or bypass, excuse me. You can tell that this guy really wants to take the round back and take the round he shall. But Alreds hits a really nice crispy shot kay J-Bice. Up and down the smoke as well, one way given. And 5 versus 4, Sunday Shrooms are pushing every corner dito sa may RS natin. Sip gonna try to kill up tong si Jeloy. Calling the rotation from Alex right now. He hits 1 bullet, 2 bullets from Sip. The punishment is real and Vengeance are crumpling to pieces. Entry from Suwa. Kara's gonna get shut down. It will be a 1 versus 4. But Suwa's also gonna get knocked out by J. Kim. What a haymaker para sa Sunday Shrooms 7-5.
Ain't no way you missed kay Zib dito, man. I mean, that's one of the more common holds dito sa mapa na to. But at the same time, I didn't expect Zib to live for that long, pare. I mean, he was just standing. It's a dead round, guys. Don't worry. But he was just standing dito sa big door. And, ayun nga, na-wallbang na siya dito. I feel like, akala yata ng mga players na yung first player na si Kid from Hell was already in bypass. Obviously, he was already in bypass. He was like almost straight up dead. Pero di ata in-expect nila si Zib with that second swing. Pero hindi ko in-expect si Aldrich mamamatay din. I think they didn't expect him to be swung that wide dito sa may market position natin. But man, that's a tilting round para sa Vengeance. I mean, you guys got killed in your base while you were holding. And here lies the problem dito ng Vengeance, no? I know na they do have a mode where they do freeze a bit. Yun nga, back to the default heavy style. Yeah. But I really hope na this is not the moment where they just default again and again and again na ayun nga, there's no one guy that's kind of leading the charge, creating the openings para sa kanyang team. Vengeance need to avoid this kind of play right now, pare, kasi sila yung down eh.
Totoo. And if it was a time para gawin yon, it's on the last day before the playoffs, pare. No? Talagang parang you don't want to be remembered as the team that just has this one mistake tapos never na siyang natanggal sa'yo. No? Sana nga talaga matanggal yun kasi I've always seen Vengeance as a type of team that can kind of make it. But they've shown time and time again that they have a little few kinks na kailangan nilang ayusin, pare. No? Talagang kailangan ding matingnan na maayos. They have so many weeks where they had to fix yung mga bad habits nila on either overpushing or missing timings, yung talagang napapunish na ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms just because of the time that they took. They only needed one round just to analyze that okay lang sa kanilang mag-push ng isa-isa lamang on towards their RS, pare. And just another testament to the J-Bice masterclass in IGLing talaga, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think J-Bice has done a very, very great job so far dito sa game natin. Granted, yung mga ibang calls na was kind of spotty, especially that round 1 ay straight up HN push. But I think they were just trying to catch itong Vengeance off guard with their pacing. But then, ayun nga, no, now it is Sunday Shrooms on defense. Obviously, they look a lot more comfortable. Yun nga, no, it's kind of this Vengeance kind of pushing into them more than, the opposite nga dito, pare. But at the same time, we just had a round na yun nga, they straight up push itong LA. Jakim went for the check dito sa box. And ayun nga, I really feel like itong si J-Bice is now slowly starting to get the read dito kay Azenit. And this is a very dangerous thing para sa Vengeance. So kasi once he has the read, obviously, he knows what parts of the map to attack para, pumangat yung opensa nga dito ng Vengeance.
Yeah, just it's just a bad time kapag kalaban mo si J-Bice tapos alam na niya yung mga gagawin sa mapa talaga, no? And it also kind of helps na the mechanics of everybody from Sunday Shrooms is also back in good form na nga din, no? So Sib, very aggressive, definitely Ram, you can say the same as well for him. So as long as they have good reads on the map, then yung talent ng players naman ang bubuhat sa kanila, no? So something na as you mentioned, their GR side's also going to be benefiting a lot, especially with how many times that Vengeance just relies on those slow executes na ginagawa nga nila, no? So hopefully yung mga good things na napapansin natin as well from Vengeance will shine through, especially for Kara, who honestly is doing okay naman in comparison to Azenit, who really is parang showing up to the plate nga naman para sa ating magiging first game dito. So that improvement will be noted, pero something that they also have to work on as well is yung consistency ng buong team as a whole. So will Sua and Jeloy step up to the plate yet again? It's a 5-7. GR side pa rin ang Sunday Shrooms. They push on from J-Bice as he expects Azenit, but he does not hit the shot eventually. Yan nga lang, napatay nga lang siya ng ganun-ganun lamang.
Yun lang, pero Kid from Hell gonna do another check dito sa hotel, but this time Jeloy holding a way better angle kumpara kanina. So Sunday Shrooms gonna end up in a 3v5, 2 minutes left on the round. The Ram is gonna find itong si Kara, will get away in that EA position as well to secure itong A site. So it's not too bad of a find pa sa Sunday Shrooms, but one more would definitely turn the tides of the round dito, pare.
Not the more aggressive pushes that we kind of want to see from the Sunday Shrooms roster. But Vengeance is doing a good job of rotating back in towards that hotel side. Sib, he's gonna get expected. That mukhang napapunish na siya ni Azenit this night in round. 3v2, good shot from Jacob as well. And with a cult out, Elritz is gonna expect that ngayon. So Ram, 1v3 does not expect Elritz to get another shot yet again. Jumps up on the box and makes it a 6-7 para sa Vengeance, pare.
Yeah, another dead round, unfortunately. I think J-Bice unfortunately sending it mid and trying to get itong bypass player natin early. I think he was trying to get revenge. After that earlier pick, no? Dito sa may archers natin. And it seems like Sunday Shroom trying to do the exact same thing. Pero feeling ko unexpected dito ng Vengeance, man. I feel like they were just really holding angles dun sa... they were just really holding bad angles dito sa last round natin. And I feel like... they kind of learned from it. You have to adjust quick, especially with this kind of situation, pare. But yeah, I mean, another dead round definitely not gonna help with the momentum dito ng SS, pare.
Yeah. Also one of the rounds that they kind of risked like an overpush as well from second mid. So medyo napadali tuloy yung pag-push nila towards that hotel side. So just some bad reads overall. But that's kind of the thing as well na medyo na-expect natin from Sunday Shrooms. We kind of say sometimes na pwede sila sa PH Masters, pero they kind of learn from, or they kind of have this thing sa kanila being an impact team where they also have a few mistakes to actually work on as well. So Rat Round was just one of them. Sometimes some good reach just doesn't go their way, at mukhang isang moment back into the drawing board na ulit yung Sunday Shrooms nga naman no. So I think
I mean, this is what I kind of expected galing dito sa Vengeance, no? This is what the peak of the team looks like, na they can actively contest against the first seed dito ng Impact, but then, ayun nga, no, they're gonna have days where they can barely get it up against itong Cypher Pro team, pare. So, I'm glad that we are seeing yung at least higher side of the spectrum siguro para dito sa Vengeance. Yung napansin ko actually dito sa Ankara game na to, the stars aren't really fragging as hard as we expected, no, pare. I mean, J Kim had 5 at one point. Itong si Kara, he was getting caught time and time again. Granted, he had some good frags. Still, it's not the same explosive Kara na nakikita natin dito sa Ankara as per usual, no? So, I think that's kind of making yung game a whole lot closer, considering na, one of the, or at least two of the 2 stars are kind of struggling to get points on the board right now, pare.
Yeah, maybe they're just adjusting to the subs, or maybe the comms are a little different, or sometimes minsan talaga may mga times na they're just having a not as good of a day as we usually kind of expect that from him. No? Lots of factors na mako-consider natin outside of the server, pero hopefully pagtagal nga naman ng game natin makapag-connect nga sila na maayos dito into the game as well. That's Ankara map. We'll see a lot more crossfire, kumbaga. Marami pa tayong rounds sa makikita natin dito. There will be a potential for Vengeance to still come back into this. Hopefully Kara logs into the system, and maybe everybody just keeps on going. A good food points nga naman is that even though CJ is not in the roster, they still keep yung parang adaptation nila ng maayos no. I think one of the things that they had in firepower kay CJ, now they have with Cohesion as a team now, with Suwa and Jeloy now on the roster. They go back to how they usually practice. They go back to how they usually scrim with the team as well. So I think Vengeance have shown a bit more of that flair in them dito sa Ankara map. While Sunday Shrooms, yung consistency na hinahanap natin sa kanila, yun yung nawala. Pero in place naman, yung firepower na dagdagan. Kasi si Sib, nakikita natin, ang ganda naman ng mga positions niya, tsaka ang ganda din ng aim niya as a player.
Yeah, for sure. Pero, ayun nga, no, I feel like that's kind of not Zib's role, honestly. Pero yun nga, big ups to Zib, pare, for getting those frags. Pero ayun nga, I think you have a point dito kay Jeloy. I really feel like I'd rather have another steady presence dito sa backline rather than another crazy rifler on my team, no? So ayun nga, it does make sense na Vengeance are playing a lot better this time with him back on the roster. Yun nga, CJ, I feel like itong si CJ galing dito sa Vengeance, he would be fitting on like a team that really needs firepower, pare, maybe a Cypher Pro team siguro. But yes. Ayun nga, I feel like this version dito ng Vengeance is showing a lot better crossfire kumpara sa nakita natin, where it was more spotty galing sa Vengeance. Let's say it was a bit more pubby galing sa kanila dito for the past few weeks, but now yun nga, no, it's more stable, more setup-y galing sa kanila, and I feel like this is where the strength lies para dito sa Vengeance. At the same time, I feel like yun nga, no, maybe the Sunday Shrooms boys miss itong si Zoren. Granted, Zib has been playing very good, no, pero si Zoren kasi he can also provide sniping para sa kanyang team. Maybe he would have had a better day dito sa Ankara, but it's all speculation for now, pare, kasi ayun nga, we're trying to stretch time dito sa TR.
Medyo napapatagal nga no? Pero just a bit of apologies on our end nga naman. Talaga, we're trying our best para makapag-reconnect tayo back into the game, pero there are some technical difficulties na nangyayari sa server natin as a whole. So hopefully, mabigyan kayo ng konting patience lamang. Makakapasok tayo in just a short while. We're just waiting for updates on our end as well. So marami naman tayong pwede pag-usapan no? So we've talked about yung expectations natin for this game as a whole. What about yung magiging game mamaya no? Matt Jess versus Rhea 7 Arbita. That's a bit of a banger to watch, pare. Ang daming pa ring matchups at head-to-heads na pwede nating i-compare sa isa't isa no?
Oof. I don't know about that, but my prediction there was 2-0 MJ. Not gonna lie. I predicted. To be honest, that's my prediction, man. Honestly, like 2-0 MJ. I feel like I love R7, man. I feel like the boys are a fun bunch, but matches, I feel like they're too good. Zach is too good. Rels is too good. I feel like kung magsama yung dalawa na yun, then they're definitely gonna have a good game later, considering yung mga rookies are also doing really good in this tournament as well. So Ayun nga, I feel like Matches definitely just gonna take that over itong R7, but still, ayun nga, that's probably gonna piss off some people, pare, but ayun nga, let's see. I mean, the only thing they can do is just prove me wrong kung ganun. Pero yeah, best of luck dito sa R7, pare. Hopefully we see another M60 or something.
Yeah, I mean yung pinakamalaking problema lang naman nila is yung GR side nila. Kung saan yung BL naman, maayos naman, medyo may konting kailangang i-improve. Pero yung GR, that definitely is where something that they can have the most improvement on talaga. The macro, not the most perfect, pero in terms of talent, in terms of firepower, I think Jeff Rox and the rest of the boys can actually contend nga naman sa playoffs natin. It's just that they're gonna be hurtling up against a very, very big wall. That is Matt Jess ka naman. Not to say na Reyes 7 Armita is not a very talented team by any means. It's just that individually they're strong, pero as a team medyo madaling ma-dissect. And laban sa isang Matt Jess, kumbaga, yung firepower can be matched. So yung labanan na lang is yung brains at this point in time. No? Pero yan ay para sa second series natin mamaya. Focus tayo sa kung nasan tayo ngayon. Vengeance versus Sunday's Room 6-7. Very, very dikit ang laban natin ngayon. As we mentioned si Zorimit na double AWM. What about Kid from Hell? Hawak na ngayon yung sniper as we're gonna have a very aggressive LA push. J-Bice gonna get contested as Kara hits the shot. So low on HP. Dalawang tao na nasa loob ng CA na pamapatay lamang ni Kara. At ni Jeloy as well. A very aggressive Vengeance looking to strike back against Sunday Shrooms ngayon, pare.
Yun nga, I'm surprised na they're playing at this kind of pace itong Sunday Shrooms. Maybe they're trying to end the game early. But at the same time, nakot na kayo ng Vengeance with that exact same play in that last round. So, ayun nga, maybe off the timeout gusto nilang gawin dito. But yeah, 7-7 in just 30 seconds, pare. The game is now tied up. And let's see, Sunday Shrooms. J-Bice na deciding not to go for that mid-peak this time. Pero ito na nga yung second sniper that we are looking for, but in the hands of Kid from Hell this time.
Yeah, just a surprise. Usually we'd see him as the entry rifler. Now very much aggressively on Hotel, but Kara, look at that spray down! Jakim and Ram! Patay sa loob ng vents! Duguan sa loob ng mid-side! Azinet with a double kill! 2 players from Vengeance! Ending this round right here, right now. Si J-Bice na lang. Gerald, anong gagawin mo dito, pare? 4 ang kalaban mo sa A-site.
Yeah, I mean, 1 HP, AWM, 4 na 3 ratrat pa yung kalaban mo dito. Nako po. Yeah, J-Bice is just gonna decide to back up all the way dito sa ating, yeah, just on the other side of the map. I mean, not much you can do. Honestly, just use the rest of the timer siguro na makipag-usap with your teammates. But goddamn, man, 8-7 in a span of a minute, pare, in between yung mga rounds, that's not gonna feel good para sa SS, that's for sure.
A team that sometimes uses time as a weapon, now being forced against Vengeance ngayon as Alrets will hit a jumping shot kay J-Bice, pare. And hopefully, yung time na pinag-usapan nila ngayon, maayos talaga. Sunday Shrooms will have a 7-8 scoreline against Vengeance na ngayon ay medyo off tempo. They're feeling the heat, feeling the momentum. 3-1-1 setup yet again, expecting another aggressive push shot from Sunday Shrooms na back-to-back rounds. It hasn't been working out, pare.
Has to be a different kind of direction na kailangan gawin dito ng Sunday Shrooms. As in it around the corner will get both of his former teammates. Zib will finally get him down, pero grabe naman yung simula dito ng Vengeance. This is the start that they were asking for. How the hell did Sua end up sa respawn? I have no idea. Pero si Ram na lang natitira dito in that CA position, and I feel like it is most likely match point. Vengeance inches away from taking their own map pick against itong Sunday Shrooms. Granted, map pick to ng Vengeance. Sunday Shrooms isn't too bad on this map, and ayun nga, with this kind of form, maybe that 2-1 prediction isn't too wrong, pare.
Totoo nga no? Azinet and Jeloy holding the fort down sa RS, expecting the second mid aggressive push from Sunday Shrooms. They cut the numbers off with just the rifles. And at this point, pare, that heat, that momentum building up upon towards Sunday Shrooms now as Sua entries on. The shot connects from Jakim. At least a bit more vengeance coming through from Sunday Shrooms now as Azinet will get the 1-for-1 trade-off. Low on HP si J-Vice, but still naka-AWM siya. So the firepower is still real from him. Kung ma-hit nga yung shot kay Azinet as he entries on, he expects it from the corner. He kills up the leader. More bullets to the corpse as well. A statement made from Vengeance as they're inches away from closing yung first set natin. As it will be a 2-1-1 setup. A-site on full lockdown. Di pa nakiklear si Sib at mapapatay lang siya ni Jeloy. Ganun lamang. 2 versus 4. A-site will be the call for the C4 down. Jakin Kunit will be a 1v3 para ma-set point nila. Pero yun nga lang, Vengeance will clean it out. 10-7. First set for them. Ankara ang home para sa Vengeance this time around.
Yeah, we are witnessing the peak of Vengeance dito sa Impact, and this is what they look like in their top form. So finally, nakita natin yung ganitong type ng Vengeance no, na kayang kumalaban dito kung sino man ang pangalan, mapa-Matches, mapa-Heroics, mapa-Ria 7 yan. Granted, they lost to all of those teams, pero ayun nga, this feels like yung level dito ng Vengeance no, na they can beat all of those teams no problem. I just really wish na we saw this a lot more consistently siguro. But then, on the last day of group stage sa Impact up against the first seed, I mean, why not, right? Nandito na tayo. Vengeance, I'm happy that you guys are showing this.
Me too, pare. As much as we have our love over to Sunday Shrooms, pare, we kind of have respect for a lot of the teams dito sa Impact. It is always nice to see an underdog team actually rise to the occasion. A team that honestly has really good highs, as I've been mentioning time and time again. Talagang, and their highs have been shown, displayed dito sa kanilang, not only on their GR side, but their expectancy for against Sunday Shrooms. Talagang alam nila yung reads. Kapag papasok nila dun sa second mid, si Azen at saka si Jeloy, malakas lang, on point yung mga pushes nila. Tapos yung every time na nag-entry sila dun sa may long A na expected din yung aggressive positions ng Sunday Shrooms. It's always like a perfect counter. Kapag nakikita natin yung Sunday Shrooms try to a play, yung reactiveness from Vengeance, always a flaw, pero at this point it became a weapon. So talagang good job talaga for everybody on the side of Vengeance kasi maayos yung reads this time around and the firepower from Azenit nonetheless. Mainit si Idol ngayon, pare.
Yeah, for sure, no. I would be also playing that good if I'm up against two of my former teammates, pare. So, ayun nga, very, very nice na nakita natin yung ganung performance galing kay Azenit especially, no. I think Azenit has been struggling all throughout yung season natin. He has had some good games and, I'm really happy na he finally gets to show, what he's made of dito sa last day nga natin ng group stage. So, ayun nga, rest of the team played really good as well. This is what I was talking about with Jeloy back on the team. The team looks a lot more stable. Ayun nga, CJ, granted, he's a very good player, but firepower doesn't mean stability, pare. So, ayun nga, it seems like the team just looks a lot more comfortable, no, with this iteration of yung roster natin. So hopefully mapapatuloy nila to dito sa map number 2, no, considering na Black Widow pa yung map number 2. And even last year, this is the favorite map of Vengeance, and this is the map where they beat top teams on consistently. Wow. So napaka-scary nito para sa Sunday Shrooms, not gonna lie. So someone has to step up. Ayun nga, Jakim, he was very quiet dito sa Ankara. Kid from Hell actually played really good dito sa Ankara Zib as well, but we didn't see the same eye-popping performances na nakikita nga natin dito sa Impact from the star players dito, man.
Yeah, honestly, pare, it's almost like na-inherit ng Sunday Shrooms yung naging sakit ng Vengeance, where it's the parang overflow of firepower on this team as a whole. No? They have the aim, pero medyo the reads are kind of off at this point in time, which honestly is kind of surprising as a team for Sunday Shrooms kasi kailangan lang nila ng onting time para makapag-invest into what they need to do in the next round, which is usually yung calling card nga ng Sunday Shrooms. Kapag alam na nila yung pace at yung tempo ng team nila, ng kalaban nila, maayos na nila yung strat sa susunod na round. Then we didn't see a lot of that. It was just all aggressive pushes from second mid at saka dun sa may LA na di ko alam kung yun yung naging call ni J-Bay solely as a team or talagang buong yung mga players nga nila gusto nilang labanan talaga. But anyways nga, dito nga yung set highlights. Vengeance on their GR, very respectable. Talagang maayos yung naging reads nila laban dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Pero sa BL sila sobrang nag-init, pare. SS had no business with these aggressive pushes kasi alam na ng Vengeance kung ano yung gagawin.
Yun nga. I mean, I was just really just as confused as going into these last 4 rounds na Sunday Shrooms. I don't know why they're trying to force a play dito sa mapa natin. Granted, it did work. Almost work, actually. Pero, yun nga, Vengeance, you fully know na Vengeance is just gonna hold at the start of the round. So, I think gusto yata nilang ulitin yung ginawa ni Zib nung isang round where he got the 2K from Hotel. Pero, that's not a consistently replicable na strategy, pare. So I don't know what they were on about these last 4 rounds. Pero maybe they got a bit too excited, fully knowing yung Vengeance, so they're more structured kind of team siguro. So inisip yata ng Sunday Shrooms, hey, let's hit them with something chaotic. Pero yun lang, didn't work out, pare.
Parang chaotic nga all throughout yung naging plays ng Sunday Shrooms. Usually a team that we kind of expect to be a little bit more stable as a team, a little bit more structured. Yung naging play nga nila from the last 4 rounds, we both kind of got a little dumbfounded kung ano mangyayari sa kanila. Na medyo naging volatile pa nga yung mga naging pushes nila. So hopefully maayos sila pagdating dun sa Black Widow, which is historically, you already mentioned yung naging record ng plays on Vengeance here historically. Even with the roster last year, yung Sunday Shrooms naman, I think this is also a pretty good map for them as well naman. Granted na medyo a lot of teams here on Impact also has Black Widow as one of their favorites as well. So there's a lot of VODs to also watch out for. I think they also expected the Black Widow is also going to be a map that they're going to pick as well. So tingnan natin pare kasi yung Vengeance maayos nga talaga. May laro nila all the way back towards that set 2 as we're gonna take a look at yung set summary in just a short while. In 3, 2, 1. Yun nga, 7-10. Vengeance winning this out. And Alretson hasn't it, no? Talagang maayos ang laruan. And because of that, talagang consistently nakuha na ang Vengeance ang Ankara.
Yeah, and this is very sad as well, galing sa Sunday Shrooms, kasi this is one of the few games na Ram actually decided to step up to the plate, no? And unfortunately, ngayon pa nga sila natalo. J-Ba is obviously not the best performance galing sa kanya dito thanks to Alrets with his sniping. So, ayun nga, 10-7. Obviously, all of the players doing really, really well. But especially itong si Azenit, man. Captain, leading the charge, inspiring the rest of the team to frag with him. Ito naman si Suat, si Jeloy, they did what they needed to do dito sa mapa. Didn't really have to do much else right after.
Absolutely. Just bit of a reset needed for Sunday Shrooms sa susunod nating set as hopefully that Black Widow map is gonna be a playground for both of these teams. And so far for Ankara, ang Vengeance ang kukuha dito ng puntos natin. As may time para makabawi ang Sunday Shrooms pagdating dun sa ating set 2. Pero so far, in the set summary, it's kind of clear who really is rising to the occasion. Pero kung hindi pa yun obvious, I think it's safe to say that Kara is, I wouldn't say he's at the top form that we've seen from him, like 30 kills, masasabi natin from that Black Widow map last time. I think hasn't it really just displayed so much of his multi-frag potential and something that a lot of teams have been sleeping on when they're facing up against Vengeance. We're gonna take a look at yung set MVP natin, the guy that you cannot sleep on kapag kalaban mo ang Vengeance, si Azenit. Heralding a 1.38 KD, and every round this guy has been fragging out talaga.
Yeah, of course, man. The crowd favorite para dito sa Vengeance, getting his due. 1.38 KD, 1.06. Pretty good statistics all around para dito kay Azenit. Especially when the captain himself, especially knowing itong si Azenit, literal flank. This guy would flank any opportunity he can, pare. And it seems like his flanks were working out. Not just that, his front-facing the fights dito were actually very, very good.
Yeah.
And it started off dito sa round na to specifically when it was 2-0, got the 3K dito sa TB, and I feel like naisip dito ni Azenit, okay, Sunday Shrooms might not be in the best form today. Meron tayong opportunity na kumuha ng Ankara against sa kanila, and they took full advantage. And yeah, I mean, who are you gonna ask about dito kay J. Kim at dito kay Kid from Hell other than their former captain, pare? And I feel like, yun nga, no, maybe he knows more than we think dito sa laruan natin, pare.
Yan nga eh. Medyo big brain na nga ngayon si Azenit as the whole of Vengeance has been benefiting from all the reads and everything that they have para ma-take down yung ating top 1 team dito sa standings natin. Pero ang Sunday Shrooms, may time sila para makabawi dito sa Black Widow map kung saan ay pwedeng ma-1-1 pa nga. Pero maabot pa to sa 2-0 for Vengeance. We'll find out after a short break. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog, and this will be yung Impact Summer. We'll come back after a short break, pare. Welcome back sa Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025 Sunday Shrooms versus Vengeance. Kasama mo pa rin mga casters Ramon at Sneaky Frog. At 1-0 na ang Vengeance sa Ankara win nila kanina. May chance pa silang makakuha ng 2-0. Lalo na at ito ang isa mga pinakamalakas nila maps. Pero ang Sunday Shrooms, considering their talent, considering the form that they usually consistently show us, may chance pa sila makabawi. No? Ano yung thoughts mo dito, Sneaky?
Well, ayun nga, I feel like this is the best chance ng Vengeance na i-close out yung series na to kasi pag nakarating pa to ng compound, it's gonna become a bit questionable para sa kanila dito considering medyo maliit yung map pool nga dito ng Vengeance, no? So, para sa akin, I think they need to finish it now. I mean, it's Black Widow, it's your home court, but at the same time, Sunday Shrooms also very, very good sa mapa na to, even from last year. They had very, very high stats, beat some really good teams on it, including PM, if I'm not mistaken, or they almost beat PM. Or PE ngayon sa mapa na to. So, there's still plenty of experience, especially up against yung mga high-level teams natin on the side of Sunday Shrooms. But at the same time, ayun nga, no, Vengeance, they have the most randomest strength pagdating talaga sa Black Widow, pare. Maybe it is the pubby style that you can play. Maybe it is, you know, yung more familiar layout para dito sa mga players natin. But still, yeah, I think PNG might have a chance to take itong Black Widow natin.
Yeah. A stat to consider, nalaro na ng Sunday Shrooms 4 consecutive times ang Black Widow, and that's all 4 straight wins talaga. So there's a win streak happening dito sa Black Widow map for Sunday Shrooms and an opportunity for Vengeance to claim yung kanilang pinakaunang win dito. Well, pinakaunang loss ng Sunday Shrooms dito sa mapang to. No? So streak's gonna happen and hopefully yung Vengeance ka naman yung magiging panalo dito kasi they're cooking up a pretty good storm. A very surprising showing yung the players that we kind of not expected to outfrag everybody just really stepped up to the plate. No? We talked about Azinit a lot. Kara, I would say, also trailing up really far, not really that far behind. And hopefully, both of them really activate dito sa laban nila against Sunday Shrooms as we're into that Black Widow map. BL on the side of Vengeance, very aggressively. They have LA control at napalapit na ni Suwa to try to contest itong short position natin.
Yeah, I really like this early game galing dito sa Vengeance, taking that long position in order to have that option for an ace split if ever. Short na lang kailangan nilang problemahan dito with Kid from Hell kind of bouncing around. At the same time, Zib has to be careful about that box. One check with an M4 and that is a dead man with only a sniper dito sa A site. But there is Kid from Hell in that short position. Suwa getting itong si J Kim, J-Bice though with their return. Alrets and Suwa though, very, very low HP. So isang bala na lang from an M4 and that would be enough to kill both players. And that is one. Galing kay Zib, but good shot. Galing kay Suwa, taking down itong si J-Bice. That's an absolute banger of a flick. Pero meron pa namang isa tao na nandito sa B. Azinit will get ram. If they counter shots dito sa mapa na to, they know that the B site is clear pero hindi na yata nila kailangan bilangin. Kid from Hell gonna get sent 6 feet under dito, pare. As Zib, the only one left alive to save this one. Pero posible pa to sa Chris, not gonna lie. I mean, 3 low players with an M4, pero Azinit not gonna make it. 1-0 Vengeance. Like what I'm seeing.
Well, 3 kills coming from that balcony side pa lang. And so I didn't even need to move a muscle at all. Sunday Shrooms audition sa may mid side. At nagsimula yun from that peak all the way towards the mid doors, pare. Almost like they were expecting the trade. And Vengeance already in towards that RS position, killing off tong si Kid from Hell. They want to take the tempo and they want to swing at it towards Sunday Shrooms. J-Bice with the shot yet again. Suwa already nasa window natin. That's 3 kills for Suwa. Nasa loob ng A site natin. At patay pa nga tong si Zib. Vengeance want to swing at Sunday Shrooms pero Ram gets a double. Yun nga lang si Alrets with the cold shot out. That is a 2-0 that we did not expect from Vengeance. Blink and you miss it, Sneaky Frog.
Yun nga. I mean, Sunday Shrooms, honestly, yun nga, they're overplaying their hand. Dito sa mapa na to, yun nga, it's fine to go for openers dito sa LA and dito sa short, but if Vengeance is actually expecting those kinds of plays, medyo magiging mahirap yun. Pero Suwa a bit aggressive on that site, pero yun lang, inuna na si J-Bice instead of Kid from Hell. Para Kid from Hell was not looking in his direction and he was worried more about the sniper, pare, and that's gonna cost him a life.
My goodness, pare. He just subbed back in 3 weeks ago. At mukhang na-miss niya mag-crossfire. Pasok lang kung pasok para kay Suwa. Agad-agad ay na-shutdown na dahil sa napakamabilisang reaction from Sunday Shrooms. No? So back in towards 4 versus 5. Alder's gonna try to contest nung si J-Vice, pero he takes a very different angle. Headshot found, does not hit the second shot. Asinit has a perfect chance to kill him off. He does. Pero napakaganda ng flash, so the reaction is there for Zip as well. Good timing on the trade. 2v4, rush on down from LA. They run and gun them down. At least they got the entry back in towards that slide position. Yun nga lang, di sila makaplant pare. Ang ganda ng flash, ang ganda ng presence. Ram gonna get one. Yun nga lang, naubusan yung bullets pare. Pero with enough time, Ram's gonna kill off the last two players. Vengeance, they get knocked down by Ram and Sunday Shrooms to the first round win.
Yeah, that long fight maybe taking a bit too long, pare. So, yun nga, Vengeance, despite getting that long position, still could not execute it on the site. Just like I was said, taking too long. Pero Suwa spotting itong si Kid from Hell. It's 1-for-1 so far. Ram around the corner. Around the smoke, as in it will get him. And yun lang. I mean, Sunday Shrooms, every single time na they're in a losing position, it's a play that is happening all over the place. Pare, maybe they did think na, okay, it is Black Widow. Maybe we can make more pubby plays. Pero, I mean, Vengeance, time and time again, stuck in not too bad of positions, except kanina. Pero Jakim could make all the difference dito, pare.
My God. Jacob has a really nice shot and he leg shots towards Kara. Actually, I think it's towards the neck as well. So, tamang-tama lamang. Leaving Asinit to the 1v2. He's done this before. Over from the set 1 na meron tayo kanina. Pero kalaban niya si J-Vice at saka si Jakim. Both players that are very much active dito sa Sunday Shrooms sa Black Widow map natin as he has no idea. So gagamitin na lang niya yung oras. Tamang harap lang kung nasan yung isa, pero he has all the time in the world. Plant siguro dun sa may default play around LA, pero that will be in towards the favor of the AWM. So maybe find the pick. Gusto nga yung magkasama lang si Jakim at si J-Vice. Hindi na kailangan mag-ayos para sa 1v1 setup para kay Asinit pare.
Yeah, not really needed, honestly. And I feel like they know na B-side is probably the best bet if you do want to make a 1v2 happen. So J-Vice staring at that door. I mean, alam na nila na si Asinit na dito sa B-side. And I think he spotted itong si Jakim in that window position. So he's gonna be dissuaded in planting in that B-side. Ano kayang pwedeng gawin niya? Maybe short?
Short?
He could play window, pero it's dangerous eh.
Kaya nga. Anything. A very dangerous position for him. So Asin is just gonna play close na lang. Okay lang din. Pwede kung babalik tong si Jakim. J-Vice kasi have to trade, pero Jakim's gonna expect this. Try to peek onto the window. Narinig na yung shot. Good adjustment. Yun nga lang. Not enough bullets para mapatay itong si Jakim. Gets another peek. J-Vice gonna be in the 1v1. 10 seconds. Asinit doesn't even need to peek. Pero yun nga lang. J-Vice saves it para sa Sunday Shrooms. 2-2 pare. Not the perfect trade, pero the right person para mapatay lamang yung last player.
Yun lang. Sobrang worried yata si Asinit na matatamaan siya dito sa kanyang paahan eh. Pero from that angle, you can't really see the feet in the truck position. So I think he should have just ran in the last 4 seconds. Pero Kid from Hell in that short position, not running from the fight at all. 1-for-1 so far. Asinit gusto mag-push ng mid. Nagulat si Ram. Pero siya baka nagulat kundi si Asinit pala. 4 versus 3. All of a sudden, the fast start finally goes in the way dito na Sunday Shrooms. Pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan. There is still a skirmish on short. And the first 2 minutes, this is what happened.
Yeah. Oh my what God. A shot from Jello. What a run and gun for Ikara. Already pare. Yung sutukan di natatapos para sa short position natin. Vengeances keep going. And Sunday Shrooms, they're gonna rely on that LA setup. Si J-Vice mahanap lamang ni Jello from the shot. Ang layo nun pare. So naiisa na lamang kung si J-Kim. As the AWM, usually we expect him from the rifle, pero Jakim's gonna get expected as well. Hit shots all the way towards the body. What a nice headshot papunta kay Kara as well. So 1v2, 35 seconds. Flash already in place para sa short push na ginagawa ni Jakim, pero the lineup from Alrets and the third round win for Vengeance is inevitable bare. Ang ayos ng Vengeance sa execute nila on the mid side.
There we go, 3-2. Good shot though galing dito kay Aldet. Pero Kid from Hell will also hit itong si Asinit. Suwa trying to poke them out of that door position and he's doing a great job pare. Suwa has been so annoying para sa mga stage players natin dito pare. I mean, granted an M4 can do some heavy damage but they didn't expect Suwa to know every single wallbang dito. Ram, the only one left alive who can do anything realistic. Pero si Aldrets na andito pa rin sa base. 4-2. Vengeance getting their 4th.
All over the place ang Vengeance, pare. And in a good way kasi bawat hanap nila ng fights, nakakahanap sila ng openings. Granted, the AWM really from Sunday Shrooms just hits like a truck. Pero nakahanap agad ng adaptation yung Vengeance. They keep winning the fights over towards that LA position.
What?
Now Kara with the flank. Answered it with a second shot as well. Vengeance on every front is killing off Sunday Shrooms with Kara getting a double kill as well. And look at that, pare. A 5-2 for Vengeance. You talked about their last year stats. We're looking at 2025 Vengeance looking to strike back against the top 1 team.
Grabe, Rams just got hit with an absolute heater dito sa B site. And he was the only realistic defender doon. Kara just straight up ran into B, went into mid RS, pati si J-Bice nadamay na rin. But Kara, the onslaught doesn't stop unless the truck player has anything to say about it. J-Bice will get him, pero nandito na si Jeloy. Nasa kabila B site, kabaong cleared thanks to J-Kim. J-Bice will get Azinit. Aldrets na lang natitira and it has only been 30 seconds. He has 2 minutes to think about his actions, pare.
These are very fast rounds, Sneaky. They're both sending it. Talagang si Kara may kasama na. So, medyo expected na yung position as Aldrets. All he can do is try to kill off one of the players on Sunday's rooms. Granted, it's still possible. He kills off good from hell. And now it's a sniper 1v2 for everybody in the server. Spotted again from the flank. J-Bice noted of his position. J-Chem gotta kill him off with just the cult. And it will be a 3rd round para sa Sunday Shrooms. They have a little bit of bite. Mukhang may panlaban pa against Vengeance, pare.
You got 5-3. Vengeance finally losing a round after a bit of a streak. Dito sa ating first half, Kid from Hell getting a bit frisky. Sniper in hand. Will get to it. One shot na yun lang. J-Bice nakisawsaw na rin dito kay Suwa. As Aldrets and itong si Azinit gonna try to get it back. Azinit will get 2! It's another 2v2! What is happening? J-Kim dito sa pinto pero spotted siya dito ni Azinit. Azinit takes him down to half HP. Hold on, wait a minute. C4 down all the way dito sa LB pero walang timing itong si Zib para mapunish ang cross. Instead, Azinit punishing itong si J-Kim for breathing dito sa stage. Zib na lang natitira and even the CM takes him down. 6-3 Vengeance. The captain taking matters into his own hands, pare.
What is this, pare? Everybody from the last 4 rounds of that set 1 remembered that this game really is Crossfire. Ang bilis ng pangyayari. Talagang tamang run and gun lamang ng iba't ibang mga players dito sa server natin. Sunday Shrooms gonna start things off dun sa may B-side. On the BL side, Jelly with a beautiful spray down on 2. So we're gonna start another one for Vengeance. They get themselves a 2v2. Yet again, back-to-back rounds tayo dito, Sneaky.
Grabe, I didn't expect Vengeance to go for a B crunch. That's not that type of team that I expected to be coming in dito sa may Black Widow, but this is a 2v2 either way. And they have won a lot of 2v2s, pero mali ang pre-aim dito ni Aldrets. Nasa baba, lumabas si J-Bice, nasa taas siya nakatingin. J-Bice seeing na Kara is still well alive dito sa mapa natin, and he is on half HP. If he misses a shot, he's a dead man. But good thing he doesn't miss. 4-6, Sunday Shrooms getting their 4th on the board, the first on the second half, pare. Potential comeback? Maybe?
Possible? Pwede. Kasi playing with numbers now for Sunday Shrooms, and they want to do it yet again. The same exact play without the resistance on the mid side. So Kid from Hell with the entry is perfectly placing himself. Aldrets with the XM1012 shotgun, pare. This is gonna be interesting. Pero si Ram nasa mid side na. Nakahanap na dito kay Suwa. Perfect flash all the way towards that RS position as Kid from Hell will kill him off. Jelly with 1 tap. Galing dun sa flank. It will be a 4v2. Yun nga lang. Aldrets with 2 kills. The shotgun is real. 1v2 for Jeloy, spray on through the smoke. Kid from Hell's gonna expect it, but Siv's gonna kill him with a double kill para sa kanya. That's 2 rounds in a row for Sunday Shrooms, pare.
That almost worked para sa Vengeance. I mean, nakita ko na yung gustong gawin ni Aldrets doon by just staying in that position with that XM. You cancel out the entirety, or you cancel out the possibility of a door push. Pero yun lang, naubos yung mga miyembro ng VNG within that B site. Pero Zib, from that mid position, that smoke is blocking all of their vision dito para Zib will finally get 2 in return. Pero nandito naman si Azinit. Will get the trade, making it a 3v2. Suwa, a bit too greedy, brother. It's a 3v2. And C4 though, out in the open, Alreds with an angle, kaya hindi basta-basta mapupulot ang C4 thanks to the sniper of Vengeance. J-Bice, a known entity dito sa loob ng B-side thanks to that shot. And that is the 7th para dito sa Vengeance.
And all that chaos, finally, medyo naging disiplinado pa nga tong si Alreds, just waiting for Azenit to come in from the peak. But yet again, it's another aggressive push dun sa mid side that really has caught Sunday Shrooms off guard. See the firepower from Zeb seeping through the window. And yet again, J-Bice has to do a lot of work para lang ma-predict yung timing yet again. But Alreds gonna not expect tong si J-Kim already with that headshot. Early one for nothing, and so far from the chaotic rounds, eto pa lang yung masabi nating sobrang slow round so far para sa Sunday Shrooms, pare.
Yeah, and this is the first round. We did see Vengeance gonna struggle to see if they can regain some map control dito, pare. Pero Kara in a nice position, and everyone's gonna be distracted thanks to Azenit. Kara, opportunity of a lifetime to make a play para sa team mo. Ram, still well alive. Ram pulling out the C4. Kara will get spotted, pero nakuha pa rin siya ng dalawa dito. Sua in a 1 versus 2, but he's spotted from behind. Jacob missing his entire mag. Pero J-Bice nakapasok na sa loob ng side. Sua fully knowing the possibility of that short player incoming here. J-Bice around the corner, down to 1 HP. Pero Sua, can he hide just in time? Still gets the take on Jacob. It's a 1 versus 1. 8 HP versus 8 HP, pare. Both players on barely any life support dito, pare. Sua with a better gun, but J-Bice with a better range. A minute and 10 to decide who is gonna get the momentum for this game. J-Bice, nakarating na ng long. Sua, nakapasok ng bintana. J-Bice now deciding the A side could be the plant that he wanted, and if he can get a slightly open position, maybe plant on top of one of those spikes na nasa loob ng truck, he could fall back all the way too long and make it a very hard 1 versus 1. And there goes the plant. Sua though, feeling ko aware naman siya dito na low na rin si Sua thanks to J-Kim. But then 33 seconds, plenty of time to think about whether you're swinging out just yet. J-Bice turnaround headshot. Not really. He just needed something in the body. 6-7 para Sunday Shrooms after a very intense 1v1. Take it to only 1 point deficit.
Pre, but why pa si Sua ng ganun katagal, pre? In that 1v2, expected na sana perfect yung flash galing from J-Bice from the short peak. Pero
it's called looking at the ground and praying, pare.
Grabe yung dasal. Prayer reveal tayo dyan. Sua, all that he needed to do was just hide from the box as Alreds hits the shot. Again, the short player is doing a lot of work dito. Vengeance with a flawless defense dito sa A-site natin. Sa entry ni J-Kim, hindi na sasapat kay Jello yan. An 8-6 for Vengeance. Everybody from top to bottom, from short all the way towards under. Ang init ng Vengeance. Di nakapasok ang Sunday Shrooms, pare.
Yeah, and that's a deadly coincidence para sa Sunday Shrooms. Vengeance was actually looking for a double short play to get a 4v5. So hindi nila in-expect na apat pala yung nakatingin dito sa LA. And there was also a player from that wooden door position sa mid who can easily rotate and put some crosshairs on that cross. Pero yun nga, LA na naman ang pakay dito na Sunday Shrooms. The third attempt in this game. Kid from Hell already very near dito sa metal box, but he gets taken down first. Ram, J-Kim trying to gain some distance dito sa loob ng site. Pero Zib, hindi makarating dito sa loob. J-Kim, Kid from Hell stuck sa loob. Pero si Ram gusto pa rin makipag-away. Dito sa A-side, Kara, wala na, hindi na buhay. Ram, mamamatay rin. 1 versus 2. C4 down. Dito sa may rampa, a decision has to be made para dito kay J-Bice. Match point or a timeout, and it seems like he's gonna go for a second one. Azenit, it's CM versus CM, and it seems like Azenit the better clan master for the day.
What the heck is just happening, pare? The same exact play na ginawa ng Sunday Shrooms. Now finally, a bit more semblance of control kasi yung riflers nila from the smokes all the way, just expecting the peekouts from Vengeance. Giving a numbers advantage sana away towards J-Bice, who only needed to hit one shot. Pero yun nga lang, Azenit, the discipline is real from him. Trying to kill him off from that God box position. You can definitely see that Vengeance are poised to take this against the top 1 team here in PH Impact Summer. As it's now gonna be a slow take from Sunday Shrooms dito sa may STB natin, pare. Paano nagagawin to ni Sua? He's been very, very well structured all throughout. Ram solo on HP, pero Sib with the entry. At pasok na agad tong si Kid from Hell. Kara's gonna have to hit the shot that he does despite the blinds, despite everything. He's still gonna keep going! A double para kay Kara. Yun nga lang, Sunday Shrooms are still fighting. But Azenit, back on the lurk. Eventually, will kill off Jacob. It's a 1v2 na para kay Sib to extend the game, to extend this set. Yun nga lang, with one shot, it could be enough. Cold out and as in it will end this 2-0. Vengeance on the last day of group stages will kill out the top 1 team in PH Impact Summer.
Here it is, the prime example on why Cfs Ph Impact is so fun to watch. This can happen. The 6th place team dito sa standings, maybe they're 5th now, I have no idea, beating the first seed Sunday Shrooms. Also, which yun nga, Kid from Hell, J-Kim, seems like your old pal as in it still has it, pare. And it seems like that's just a reminder na, you know, Vengeance, despite their inconsistent season, they're still a team na you still have to watch out for every single tournament, pare.
Oh man, outside, in and out of PH Impact, Vengeance will deliver now, pare. And almost like Sunday Shrooms just were poised to take this, considering na yun nga pare, they had a win streak dito sa Black Widow map nila. Vengeance just keeps on delivering sa mga times na nire-read nila yung overpushes ng Sunday Shrooms, yung mga double, yung mga times na back-to-back na straight rounds kung saan same site yung pinupush nila. They always have a good game plan. And yung masterclass na ginagawa nilang high-low setup dun sa may short, dun sa may under na talaga nga namang for those 2 rounds alone, it did elevate Vengeance's chances on that GR side. And what a performance for everybody across the board, pare. Talagang wala lang, hindi lang standout performances eh. As a team, as a unit, this Vengeance team really has been exciting dito sa ating last game, pare.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kara especially, no? I think Kara, ayun nga, no, excuse my lingo, he has the balls to make some plays happen dito sa mapa natin. I really like it na he's not afraid to be the guy to push the line forward para sa kanyang team. I feel like Vengeance, ever since na nawala nga dito si Kid from Hell, they kind of lacked that player that had the bite, that had yung that had the initiative, no, para gumawa para sa kanyang team. So I'm glad na Kara is on this roster, man. I feel like he's flourishing pretty well. I'm looking forward to seeing him dito sa mga ibang tournaments dito ng Vengeance. Obviously, hindi lang naman Cfs Ph Masters and Impact yung tournament dito sa Pilipinas, no? So, ayun nga, they might see me in like a LAN or 2 or something, just standing there siguro, just watching. Pero, ayun nga, Vengeance, yun nga, big dubs para sa kanila dito, honestly. I feel like it's been quite the up and down season para sa kanila. And they're still figuring out yung kanilang inconsistencies dito. But at least they end itong Impact with a high note, pare. Which,
totoo, pare.
Ayun nga, the cherry on top as well is beating itong Sunday Shrooms.
Kaya nga eh. Out of all the teams, it was so many teams na pwedeng ma-topple yung naging win streak nila dito sa Black Widow, eh, no? Matt just did not do it. And Cypher Protein could not handle it. Yung Heroics din, pare, they also kind of took them over the line, even reaching yung overtime. 13-12 pa nga na panalo ng Sunday Shrooms yun. In a lot of games on Black Widow, it's almost destined the Sunday Shrooms take it. Pero si Vengeance pa yung nakakuha ng dub, and it's all off the back of these players nga naman na talagang mainit when it comes to the defense. This GR just shined all throughout para sa Vengeance, pare. And even though they kind of contended against Sunday Shrooms doon sa BL side nila, on their defense, doon tayo nakakita ng napakamaayos na setups eh. Out-fragging ang mga players, ang mga star players nila on Sunday Shrooms. And not only that, pare, Alrets getting the one-up against J-Bice, not only in the fragging department but on the reads. Yung mga mind games na nangyayari all throughout this game, talagang saktong-sakto laban kay Gerald, pare.
Yeah, for sure. And at the same time, man, I feel like it was just a very bad day galing sa SS. I mean, like granted nun, mas naging close naman yung first na series natin kumpara nga dito sa Black Widow, but especially dito sa map number 2, around some point na medyo nag-crumble na yung kanilang game plan dito, pare. They started to play a lot more puggy, pero ayun nga, no, that's what the map is made for. But I feel like this is more familiar dito sa styling ng Vengeance, more like old Vengeance where they're very comfortable pagdating sa map ng Black Widow. They know what to take, they know what to not take. So, ayun nga, maybe it is the gap of experience. But at the same time, yun nga, no, minention ko nga kanina na Sunday Shrooms, this was also one of their best maps, but seems like the boys didn't perform for the day, pare.
No nga eh. And sometimes it's not too bad to actually consider that sometimes may mga bad days nga yung mga top teams kahit dito sa PH Impact, no? But the secret of the set summary, everybody performing above 1 KD, no? Just tells you that Vengeance, when they are activated, everybody performs as a team ng maayos, no? Si Azad at si Jeloy, sila nga naman yung parang nag-stand out all throughout, but I kind of feel like their GR just pulled out all the stops when it comes to their teamwork, their setups, yung A short extremity, tsaka yung under na nakikita nga natin na pinang-counter nila dun sa A-long pushes. But I think it really was a good day para sa one team. Kind of a bad day for Sunday Shrooms considering that si J-Bes nga lang yung naging positive player natin. And his reads haven't been too bad, but everybody on the mechanic side talagang not too good sa department na yun, pare.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats dito looking at 4 stats galing dito from the Riflers, man, it's definitely a disappointing day for the boys over at SS. Yun nga, if I was J-Bice, I would fully understand him being pissed off at the team, no, for their performance for the day, pare. Kasi yun nga, I mean, if you are the IGL, you're also flagging out and also knowing yung nature dito ni J-Bice, pare. I wouldn't be too happy about my team's performance, especially in a map kagaya ng Black Widow where it is familiarity para dito sa SS. Para naman dito sa Vengeance, great job on Asinit, man. He really deserves yung match MVP for the day with the way that he performed on map number 1 and 2. Rest of the team filling it out pretty well, pare. Walang naka-negative AP dito sa Vengeance, so it was really just a gun differential. So Asinit gonna get the set MVP, and in my opinion, probably the MVP of the entire series, pare, kasi grabe talaga yung captain of Vengeance, man. The Clan Master of Vengeance. Literally back with the Vengeance dito sa ating Impact, man.
Yeah nga eh. Parang minsan lang tayo makakita ng CM na masabi natin can get us off of our seats. Usually si J-Bice nga naman yun, pero Azadit really has not only stepped up to the plate, pero step up na yung buong game niya sa buong naging series natin dito. So it's not gonna be out of reality na ma-expect natin siya as the match MVP all throughout, as he has performed gracefully sa pareho nating sets natin. Kahit dito sa Black Widow mapare, just consistently finding timings on everybody who's trying to rotate. And not only that, kahit dun sa GR, di siya takot kumuha ng mga frontline defenses natin from that short, from that under. Sometimes makita natin din siya na mapagkat rotation. So very well done para dito kay Azinit, as it will be a win para sa Vengeance all throughout. 20 combined score laban sa 15 na meron on Sunday Shrooms. Both of these maps very close, pero considering the leverage that Sunday Shrooms had all throughout Impact Summer, is a big W para sa Vengeance despite them not qualifying to the playoffs. Maybe. Yeah,
I mean, it's a cherry on top. No? There's gonna be plenty of tournaments soon. Fully knowing yung timeline kung puno na ng mga mini tournaments natin. Once again, shout out to Crossfire Philippines, no? For that support, and shout out to Smilegate as well. But yeah, I mean, Vengeance are gonna take a tour dito sa Manila siguro, try and see if they can kind of fix yung kanilang mistakes from earlier in the season. And I'm looking forward dito sa kanilang possible na run, no, going into yung fall season natin. And I feel like Vengeance can easily qualify sa next season, man, with the way that they're playing.
Yes, definitely, pare. With the level that they are at right now, hopefully na maging consistent nga naman sila, kasi yun nga yung naging mahirap sa kanila, maging maayos silang kalaban sa Impact Fall. As we take a look now kung sino yung match MVP, is there any surprise sa si Azinit nga ulit to, pare? 3 times natin nakita yung picture niya for good reason. Very well performed on the both sets na meron tayo dito, and in this 2-0 I think it's safe to say nga na Vengeance really relied on Azinit sa buong naging series natin.
Yeah, pag Charles talaga yung first name, malakas ka mag-crossfire. So, pretty good job galing dito kay Azinit. And ayun nga, overall, no, Azinit is a very polarizing na player para sa pakaibang tao, especially yung mga newer fans natin ng Vengeance dito. But as someone who's watched him for years, I'm glad that there is steady improvement galing dito kay Azinit, because I feel like he's been stuck for a while. He's been kind of stuck with the exact old ways ng Vengeance for a while. Obviously, a lot less structured kumpara ngayon. But now, you can kind of see yung slow improvement ng team. Yun nga, Kara, being able to carry the brunt of the entries, making it a lot easier para kay Azinit to look for those flank opportunities. And yeah, I feel like makikita natin yung Vengeance roster na to be together for maybe a while, pare.
Yep. A team that has that doesn't have the best consistency, pero when they feel it, their peak is mountain high, kumbaga. So hopefully, Azeroth and the rest of the boys can figure that out at makikita natin sila sa mga susunod na tournaments nga naman, as it will be a victory para sa Vengeance all throughout. It's gonna be a high note sa pag-end nila dito sa season natin sa Impact Summer, as we'll see a lot more of them dito sa ating PH community. But then again, Sunday Shrooms, even though natalo sila, it's not too bad of a game. Pero so far, no, I think you have something to say before the break. Ano ba yun, Sneaky?
Shout out to Ryan Kenneth Ho and Jockey Panilong from Team Secret. Anyways, that's it, man.
Yeah,
That's all
okay. Shoutout nga pala sa kanila, no? Pero tapos na ang ating first series of the day. Pero we have one more before tayo makapasok sa ating playoffs. The last game of our group stages. And it will be Matches versus Reyes 7 Eremita. The battle between the Cebuanos. So hopefully, babalik kayo dito sa Impact Summer kung saan maglalaban sila on our second series. Saka pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. And we'll be right back with Impact Summer. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang bakbakan dito sa last game ng group stages para sa PH Impact Summer 2025. Ako nga pala si Ramon at kasama naman natin si Salvatore para sa susunod na serye ng Matches versus Rhea 7 Ermita. Pero bago ang lahat, kamusta ka naman, Andre?
Okay naman, boss. Grabe nga naman talaga yung pinakita doon ni Vengeance. Kasi ultimo, number 6 ata sila, tas tinalo nila yung number 1. Halos buong linggo na nating iniisip kailan matatalo si Sunday Shrooms or matatalo pa ba sila. Pero grabe no pre, it just shows na lahat talaga ng mga teams dito dumudugo no, and buti naman magandang exit yung pinakita ni Vengeance. Sobrang exciting kung magkakaroon man tayo ng fall season ng Impact, for sure may kita na nga natin na magpapakitang gilas sa tong team na to na si Vengeance.
Oo, hopefully no, pagdating sa Impact Fall kung saan ay talagang sure tayo na baka makabawi nga doon ang Vengeance Squad no. So, good luck to them. Good luck sa lahat ng mga natalo nga naman dito sa ating below top 4 kasi sila yung mga may patalim at sila yung may motivation para makabawi nga sa susunod nating Impact season. Pero simula naman tayo dito sa kung nasaan tayo ngayon. Matches versus Rhea 7 Ermita on the last game of the group stage nga naman. Both Cebuana teams, one with a very elevated pedestal pare ang Matches. Pwera na lang sa Sunday Shrooms game no? Parang very much unstoppable ang Matches team na to no? Against Rhea 7 Ermita. I think they're definitely gonna be in a very impactful position.
Parang nagkakaroon tayo ng drought between Rhea 7 and their overall chemistry kasi for the past 2 games hindi na nga natin nakikita yung flare ba nila, kumbaga kung paano sila nakilala from the first 2 weeks, yung first impression talaga nila hindi rin tumagal. Teams like Heroics and now Sunday Shrooms na pinakita talaga na it's one of the few teams na talagang prepared na sa paparating na playoffs na, whereas Rhea 7 talagang nakukuha nila yung mga matches up against Al Sovereign, Cypher Pro Team. Hopefully itong map Vito na to makita na nga natin na Rhea 7 is definitely prepared for this matchup, considering na kung ano yung map pool ni Rhea 7 ganun din naman para kay Matches. Tingnan mo, sabi ni Derek, Port Black Widow. Di na tayo lumayo pre, ang galing talaga ni Derek no. Port nga tayo no, prioritized by Rhea 7 na feeling ko mas mananaig dito yung mga lesson plays ng Rhea 7 mismo.
Yeah, and a team that usually will rely on those slow setups nga naman, where Rhea 7, sure, they kind of are a team na medyo malakas nga when it comes to that BL, pero BL in port is a nightmare. Pero since they are the ones na mismong gustong kunin nga naman ang port map hinayaan na lang ang Matches kunin yun. So that's gonna be on the snipers for Matches para matry na lang i-counter yung magiging tempo na pwede natin ma-expect from Rhea 7 no? Pero considering tempo as a topic, yung Rhea 7 kasi parang kahit anong tempo may expect natin sa kanila. They can play fast on the map, but if they need to play slow, talagang yun na nga yung magiging win con on that port map. Whereas in Black Widow, Matches have performed on this map consecutively no? With very much mixed results, pero there's a reason why Black Widow is also a very good map for them. It's very strong on the star players. I'm gonna be expecting Rels to actually step up to the plate here when it comes to him being a star player on this map as well.
Kakaiba actually no, nag-ban kaagad ng sub-base ang Rhea 7 with lots of respect siguro no sa merong history si Rels tsaka si Ninkyu basically no. Kasi nga it's not the usual map na feeling ko pipiliin talaga ng Rhea 7, pero kung bibigyan sila ng pagkakataon, gagamitin talaga nila yun with the fullest extent na para talaga baguhin yung environment. Kasi nga, you really want that momentum heading into that map Vito na kung magkakaroon man kayo ng sub-base, you would really want your second map to be na ikaw pumili na maganda talaga. No? So feeling ko nawala lang talaga ng kumpiyansa ang Rhea 7 dito na piliin yung sub-base, knowing na pag naman nila ang compound or even Mexico, yung sunod-sunod ng mga papre, okay pa rin naman kasi Port, Black Widow, yung mga sure na makikita natin sa mga teams na nilalaro from our Cebuana teams rather. No? So I'm really excited for this matchup kasi Port, ito na yung mapa na feeling ko mas magsha-shine talaga yung Matches, considering na pre it's been a while na nakita na nga natin tong mapa na to.
Kaya nga no, as we head on into our predictions muna, mabilisan tayo dito Salvatore kasi this matchup really needs a bit more focus later on into the game. I'm saying 2-1 para sa Matches dito against Rhea 7 Ermita. Ikaw ba, Mr. Andre?
Medyo nagpo-fall off na kasi tong si Rhea 7 no, hindi ko lang sure kung makakip up nila yung consistency ng Matches. So full on confidence ako, Matches 2-0 ako pre.
Yun, talaga nga namang balik tayo sa 2-1, 2-0 natin. Katulad ng ginawa namin ni Sneaky kanina. Pero mabilisan lang muna tayo sa pag-uusap natin sa Rhea 7 Armita. Considering that this is also gonna be an important game for them, napag-usapan mo kanina na medyo may implications kapag masyado na mapatagal ang game. Can you expand on that, Salvatore? Kasi parang I think that top 4 spot is looking a little bit of a question mark para sa Rhea 7, di ba?
Not really sure pre kasi feeling ko kahit matalo ang Rhea 7 dito, I feel like they will still be locked sa playoffs, no? Kasi nga 4 na yung talo ng Vengeance. But if ever, yung head-to-head na pwedeng mayari dito, I feel like once Rhea 7 loses under 16 rounds, pwede pang mag-qualify ang Vengeance dito. Di ko lang sure, or even Cypher Pro Team. Pero kasi masyado nang maraming binigay na loses yung dito no, yung Vengeance tsaka XPT para masabi nating makakahabol pa sila doon sa scoreline meron ng Rhea 7. So I'm not really sure. I'm banking on Tudors dito, no pre, kasi nga it kind of feels like the moment na nakuha na nga ng Rhea 7 yung 4 na panalo, kargadong-kargado na nga nila yung mga bagahe nila papuntang playoffs. Not really sure pre, not really sure.
Yeah, definitely. No, we're gonna wait for confirmations pagdating natin doon sa ating setup mamaya pagkatapos ng game na ito. No? Pero nagkaroon tayo ng mabilis ang update galing dito sa production natin. May +1 round na ang Rhea 7 dito sa matchup natin. No? So, they're gonna be coming into the sport map with 1-0 laban dito sa Matt Jess. So, they're gonna be on a very much of a slow start for Matt Jess dito. Pero considering the talent that Matt Jess also has, their adaptation can be close enough para mas magiging 1-1 yan mamaya. No? But considering this +1 round, I think okay na din to para sa Rhea 7 Armita, Mr. Salvatore.
Well, 1 round is 1 round no? Parang I can take that any time of the day at 1 round din. Mabilis lang naman bawiin yan. Or 1 round is still something huge pag let's say masasabi mong sayang kung wala man yung 1 round na yan. Hindi sana pwede pa yung ganito, pwede pa yung ganyan, what if ganito, what if ganyan. It just sparks a lot of conversation dyan sa mga maliliit na bagay na 1 round na lang yun. So hopefully hindi yun masyadong masakit para sa R7 no? At magamit to ng matches ng isang buong lubos, no? Kasi you wouldn't want that 1 round to be wasted, no? So hopefully okay na tong dalawang teams sa to, no? Kasi parang I kinda like this no, main event matchup. It kinda reminds me of Evos tsaka Ubik Maniac para sa ating huling no, huling sayo para sa PH Masters. Yung parang storybook na kwento ng Rhea 7 tsaka matches. Sa wakas magkikita na rin sila.
Kaya nga Talaga shoutout sa Lops natin sa pag-schedule ng lahat no? Parang inaayos niya talaga na bago mag-playoffs magkakaroon tayo na napakaayos na main course before tayo pumasok sa playoffs no? Ang ganda ng mga last matches natin. With what you have said, the schedule just lines up perfectly sa ating dalawang last days of both Impact Summer at saka sa group stages ng PH Masters as well. So hopefully mag-deliver nga ang pareho nating kupunan. I'm hopefully expecting to see all 3 games dito. All 3 games, mag-OT lahat, mag-golden round lahat. Bigyan mo sa akin lahat, isagad nyo na. Kasi gusto ko na makakita ng crossfire pare. I really want to see deadly crossfire from both of our teams. Pero for Matt Jess, it really is the reinstating dominance nga meron sa kanila. Coming into this Impact Summer Tournament, we already know that this team can perform. PH Masters level, always needing one more step before we could say that they can contend with them consistently. I think it's safe to say that Matt Jess was on our minds when we say one of the best Impact teams na we have so far, which is honestly a big contrast to Rhea 7 Armita, which again malakas sila. Pero yung cohesion nila as a team, yun yung parang masasabi natin medyo kailangan pa ng debate na maayos.
Parang hindi ko kayo masisisi kung talagang masasabi niyo na ready for regionals tong si Matches tsaka si Rhea 7 no? Kung babasihan lang natin yung competition na sinalihan nila dito, yes, they are definitely well deserved of a possible spot sa PH Regional Finals no? Pero it just goes to show na marami pa talagang kailangan patunayan tong dalawang teams ito kasi it's still a debate no? Hindi pa siya talagang itagamo sa bato na mentality na pwede na si Matches, pwede na si Rhea 7. At maganda tong halimbawa tong match na to rather, na para makita nga natin kung okay ba yung mga strats na ipapakita ni Rhea 7. Is Matches' consistency between Zack and Yaba will still be seen dito sa mapa sa laron to. Yung pinapakita ni Rhea 7 all throughout the weeks na nagsama tayo na pinanood natin sila, from Jeff Rax M60, si Charles yung talagang unleashed power na meron siya, si Jam yung panlalason niya, lahat ng yun mahalagang bagay kung bakit maganda talaga yung kalagayan ng dalawang respective teams sa todo. Pero sapat ba yan para sa PH Masters? Talagang sila lang mismo makakasagot niyan dito sa seryeng to, no, Ramon?
No nga eh. Parang this game alone will have to be an example para na ma-prove sa atin that they are also worthy for playoffs contention. And not only that no, para makapag-abot nga naman sa mga top teams natin dito sa PH outside of Impact Summer as well. So, a big opportunity for Rhea 7 Ermita to establish their place dito sa top 4 natin na masabi natin almost locked in. Mga 90% sure tayo na makapasok nga sila dito sa playoffs nga no. But for Matt Jess, yeah, I think it's safe to say this team is also blowing out of proportions when it comes to talent at saka firepower as a whole no. When it comes to the entries, nandun si Ninkyu at saka naman si Yaba na masabi natin two sides of the same coin nga naman no. We're in the front lines, si Ninkyu yung malakas nga on the front lines, whereas si Yaba sometimes hindi niyo talaga may expect siya pag umaabot siya sa mga places na hindi mo may expect no. Para siyang si Justin for Pacific. Kapag maggawa tayo ng isang one-to-one comparison, it's just that Yaba is just very precise when it comes to the headshots, pare.
Absolutely. Yaba, siya yung mismong kasunod ni Zolek tsaka ni J Kim dun sa mga effectivity ng pagkuha ng mga duel kasi talagang sa pulsa mata talaga yung mga bala nitong mga to no. And you can definitely rely on those players I mentioned para magkaroon ng space sa mapa. Kasi mahalaga dito yung precision ng isang entry player doon na meron dito si Yaba. So it's not just how Zac opens up the fight tapos binibigyan niya rin ng spacing yung mga kakampi niya. Si Yaba din mismo malaking bagay din para sa matches. Feeling ko pag wala si Yaba magiging iba yung gameplay netong matches. Pero eto na nga tayo, Ramon, ang ating laban para sa ngayong gabi na to, no, kakaiba si Impact ngayong gabi na, hindi na ngayong tanghali, hindi na ngayong hapon. It's now the best of 3 bout between Matches and Rhea 7 as the derby continues.
One of the things that we kind of forgot to talk about as well is that one round on BL side for R7 is a good conversion sa second half. Pero, yun nga lang, good news for Matt Jess. They start off strong, killing off Jeff Rock. So one of the star players for R7 down. Ninkyu gonna follow up with another kill dito kay Trust as well. So 3 in a blink of an eye. At yung Matt Jess mukhang ang ganda ng simula dito sa ating port map, pare. As it looks like Ninkyu just gonna keep on going. Jam's gonna be able to shut him down with a punishment.
Anyan, didiskartehan lang talaga kagad ng Matches yung pagkuha ng mid-control no? Kakaiba actually. Kasi if you usually want to take control of the map, maganda kagad na pangawakan mo kagad yung Z. Tapos gapangin mo papuntang bodega all the way to court. Malaking bagay yun, malaking factor yun from Matches and they definitely delivered on that one. Jam, palayo na nga. Pero habang tumatakas, sadali siya ng bala ni Jason. At mabilis lang din kagad, binawi ni Matches.
Oo nga Nalalaro na may partidahan pero at least nagawa ng paraan ng Matt Jess. Again, Ninkyu, one of the players that we kind of talked about. Very aggressive when it comes to the GR side as R7 gonna take the tempo and show it to the face of Yaba. The soul anchor dito sa site at mo nga si Jam ang unang makakapatay. Rels with one collateral shot. The AWM from Matt Jess online and on form. Ajax killing off Ninkyu though as it will be a 3v3 sa retake ng Matt Jess. They start off strong in towards that side of the map. A really good nade for JCD. Jason gonna kill off Ajax as Jason continues to kill off everybody. Sa Rhea 7 Ermita. A 2-1 para sa Matt Jess.
Full mag para kay Jason, sapat na para ubusin ang lahat ng miyembro ng R7 no? From house to under, all the way dun sa taguan pre. Buti na nga lang talaga dumating si Jason dun sa tamang pwesto niya no? And especially yung pag-front niya rin dun sa entry ng RS was very very good for Matches actually. So the spacing, like I mentioned kanina, was definitely huge na binigay ni Yaba. Yung util game ng Matches very very underrated din kasi nagawa nila paghiwalayin yung magandang crossfire na dapat na setup na kagad ng Rhea 7. But JCD was just too late. Si Charles hindi kagad nakapag-react at well-deserved round yun para sa Matches. Talagang ginugol nila yung oras para kunin yung site na yun.
Absolutely, pare. Not even needing to take the step themselves, no? Just full trust in the setup. Despite Yaba giving his first life, no? In the retake scenarios, they're pretty underrated. And before the retake even started, ngayon pa lang tayo nakakita ng Rels with the sniper special, no? He came into this roster respecting his name. Talagang one of the superstar AWM players na mukhang na-force in towards that flex role dahil napakainit nga naman ni Zac on that AWM as well, showing off how it's done with that collateral sa simula natin no? And you can't really ask for a better start than that from the AWM player that is tong si Rels, pare.
Yeah, I really like how Rels, feeling ko naging spark plug doon siya sa pag-entry niya no? Parang dahil doon sa ginawang play ni Rels, ginanahan din si Jason na makihalo bilo sa usapan no? Pero bago yun, shoutout nga pala kay John Noel Louie, pinapabati niya daw si Paul Clements dyan sa comments, no? Yan guys, comment lang kayo dyan sa Facebook stream natin, like and share nyo na nga rin, no? Para magpang-abot tayo sa mga iba't ibang parte ng bansa, no? Sa mga gustong manood dyan ng CF Impact. Pero yun, back to the ball game tayo, Ramon, kasi nga patuloy ang pagbawi ng api ngayon ng Rhea 7 kasi wala pa silang nakukuha magandang side take no? So nakita natin kanina na napipigilan ng matches via retake, or will R7 try to play it once more na baka mabigay na lang sila kagad ng side?
Interestingly, dahil naka-og lang tong si Ninkyu, I believe he only has one piece of util nga naman sa kanya unless he uses it early on. I don't think so as well, no? So, natin if his og will make an impact laban dito sa Rhea 7 Armita, who are preparing for a split push all the way towards A, pero medyo malayo pa nga itong si Ajax towards that LA setup, pero with a lot of time to work with, will be on Zach as well as tong si Jason to defend this as sole defenders dito sa site natin.
Oh
as
my God.
the crunch comes in, si Jason yung lalapit. Si Jason ang magugulat lamang jam with that first shot. They entry onto LA. A good smoke to support tong si Ninkyu. Yun nga lang, lalabas lang siya with a vengeance. 2 kills from him. 3v4. And Ajax looking lost in the sauce. The C4 down as well. 1 minute on the clock. The run and gun from JCD killing off one. Yun nga lang, Ninkyu's also with a triple kill. 2v1. And it's all left up to Yaba in a blink of an eye. The AWM from Ajax already finding some impact. Pero si Yaba, the headshot machine, does not find another shot kay Ajax. It will be 8-2 ang pagbawi para sa Rhea 7 Darbita.
Ang ganda na ng ginawa doon ni Ninkyu, no? Ginamit niyang entrance yung smoke na binato ng Rhea 7 para hindi nila mapikan na lang yung connector at rektahin na lang talaga nila papuntang basura, no? So it was very, very nice of Rhea 7 to just win all the fights. Very close, actually, no? Yung paghiwa-hiwalay talaga nila doon was very, very crucial kasi nga nagkaroon ng space si JCD. I feel like Rels didn't have the right time para talaga ma-follow upan yung mga kills doon ni Ninkyu. Pero wala tayong magagawa. Ninkyu, I got my 3, sabi niya, no? Pero sayang talaga at hindi nakuha ng MJ yung round na yun. It was just a 100% win rate para sa Rhea 7 yun kasi nga they managed to separate everyone from the fight. At lalong-lalo na nga rin Ajax got the best timing possible para ma-pick off dun kagad si Yaba. So now matches, they have a lot of time right now para talaga ibahin pa yung pwesto nga nila dito, no, to set up the control, pero talaga nawalan ng oras dito rin si Rels. As papasok na nga sana siya ng site at nakuha na dito ni Jam yung magandang kill na yun. So sabi ko nga, matches, may oras pa sila para baguhin yung pwesto nga nila dito to set up the crossfire dito sa may Z, pero napigilan sila kagad ng R7.
The macro is real para sa Rhea 7 Aramita. Once that they had full control over that Z, I think Matches had fully thrust into that LB position. Talagang akala nila that split push is gonna be happening for them. It's just that the lack of info was there. But Ninkyu, talagang tamang hintay lamang doon sa may mid-side. There's a possibility of him doing what he did in the previous round, pushing outside of the smoke. Pero Jason not waiting any longer. That's one. Charles gonna peek outside of that corner. Jumping shot papunta sa kanya. 4v3 this time para sa Matches. And full investment in towards holding down yung mid-space nila dito kasi may possibility pa na makapag-rotate ang R7 na Mita.
Now, see if this will still continue para sa R7. Maganda na yung mga kills na nakukuha nila, no? Pero still a huge question mark, no, pre, kung kaya nga ba nila follow-upan to Jeff Rocks and Charles getting picked off out of the map. Zach, what a hold dito lang sa may under at si Ninkyu yung susunod na kakalaban dito kay Ajax, pero mag-ingat ka kaibigan. Malakas umasintayan si Ajax na magpapalit ngayon ng AK. Ninkyu nagpaparamdam sa may Ninja and there goes a dunk by Ninkyu. Pinosterize si Ajax, may kasama pang foul. 3-2 Matches, pumapalag talaga, no?
Oh my, pare. Again, with R7 having a little bit of time to kind of like adjust kung saan yung options nila dito, just fully committing dun sa may LA, where despite some really aggressive pushes from Jason, they're not able to bounce back into that. So R7 now going in towards that P site, killing off Yaba. And now they try to go back in towards that side of the map. Habang si Jason now has support with Rels. Marks found. The spray down comes through. That's one. That's two from Jason. Through the box. Through the headshot. With Jeff Rocks finding the trade. Si Rels na lang ang magpipick up ng double. As it will be Ninkyu in a 1v1 against Ajax. Switches the weaponry. And without the sniper, he's not gonna get one shot. It will be Ninkyu to get the 4-2 para sa Matches.
Ba yung nakita ko doon? Kailangan pa mag-right click ni Ninkyu para umasenta sa ulo doon. Pero man, grabe yung control nila dun sa site na yun, no? Like, you can definitely admire yung precision dito ng matches na i-separate yung mga group pushes ngayon ng R7 and that's very very nice para sa MJ. Well, you can definitely feel na yung macro nga nila no mas tumataas yung antas habang tumatagal yung laro. Binabasa nga nila yung gameplay ngayon ng Rhea 7 to the fullest extent wherein Rhea 7 would really like to go for a push dito lamang sa may LB pero nagkakaroon ng late entries yung mga matches members dito, no? Feeling ko nga inaantay lang talaga nila yung perfect timing na kung saan tataas na yung kumpiyansa nila dito. Masyado na nga silang overconfident na walang magre-respo kagad. So, MJ just playing the time. Very nice. Hindi nagugulat na lang ang Rhea 7 dito. Bodega position para kay Ajax. Para talaga magulat talaga dito yung mga miyembro ng matches. So, feeling ko, papangunahan to kagad nila Jam tsaka ni JCD. As we wait now for that timing and there goes the flash doon lamang sa may top. Si Jump pa-entry na nga. Si Rels papasok pa lang ng exit dito at hindi pa rin nakakakat yung mga miyembro ng Rhea 7. Si Jam, kinakalaban na nga yung miyembro sa exit pero napakatagal ng laban. Hindi siya kagad nakapag-reposition. Jeff Rocks gets headshotted and what a defense by Matches. Binaliktad nila yung pwesto.
Thankfully, magkasama tong si Jason at saka si Zach na nag-hold sila from top A. They knew that first shot, nung hindi tumama, they just played off the timing. They played passively, nihintay na lang yung flank, and that was a beautiful response from Yaba and Ninkyu from the backlines as well. R7, they had no control, hindi sila makapasok dun sa may top A, pero Jeff Rocks also expected from Yaba, so now, that 1-for-1, really benefits MJ, but Jam able to get the shot, JCD with another. Up to the J brothers from R7 finding activation late into this game so for support natin pare.
Yeah, so still a possible round para sa Matches. Wag lang talaga ma-pick off dito. Si Yaba, ayun na nga, sinalba dito ni Zach yung buhay ni Yaba na feeling ko pwede sila magpalit ng barrel. Si Yaba sa wakas na mayapat na mahinga na nga. But Zach, can he get it? What a one-tap towards sa bungo ni Charles. Zach saving it para sa Matches. Kinukuha nila yung titulo na itong mapa na to at baka pirmahan na nga nila sa first half, pre.
Wow, sobrang close ng rounds natin and it looks like we're not done. There's gonna be another push in towards house. It's one from Rels. It's chose but another as Yaba will pick up a 3K! Sa pag-hold dito sa may LB pare. Matches, they fully signed it. They take your first half. And oh my God, Rhea 7, they walk into a meat grinder pare. Ubos, walang pantubos.
Ang sino man nun, pre. Akala ko si Rels lang yung magtutulak dun. Buti na lang nandun si Yaba tsaka si Ninkyu. Ay, pag nga naman talaga. Okay na yung nakuha ng isa ni Rels pero akala ko hanggang dun na lang. Kasi mababasa kagad yun ng Rhea 7 eh. Pre, tingin kagad sa Z, tingin kagad sa house. Pero walang nag-trade, pre. Lahat talaga luminya kay Yaba kung di ka naman talaga buenas yun eh. No? Baka ubus na yung swerte mo para sa isang buong taon, Yaba. Kasi dun mo na ata binuhos, pre. My God, what a first half para sa Matches eh, no? I can't wait kung ano yung pwede nating makita sa kanilang second half na feeling ko mahirap pa rin para sa MJ kasi pre, sila yung atake but at the same time, they have to overcome yung malakas na position dito ni Jeff Rocks pati na nga rin ni JCD na hindi talaga dapat minamaliit ng MJ.
Totoo pare, that house B is gonna be one hell of a priority talaga eh, no? Kasi talagang, well, when you have a crossfire setup, when you have somebody controlling yung Z position na usually makikita natin na si JCD ang gagawa nun eh, no? It will be a good time para sa Rhea 7. Pero, lots of rounds given up to MJ means that it's an early conversion but still Ajax keeps hitting one shot. That's a second one from the AWM. More than enough for him pero yun nga lang ang Matches may pansagot agad at may isa pa si Zach gumugusto pa ang Matches ngayon pare.
Paano tayo lalaro ng retake kung nalalaban kagad ang R7 dito? No? Harap-harapan talaga nilang tinetesting yung Matches kung meron ba silang tutok. Grabe nga naman, nakakatakot from MJ with all of these challenges. Jeff Rocks holding down top A, nabuhay ang nakataya at buhay nga talaga ang iaalay niya dito. Rels getting that last kill for that round. 8-2. Ito na naman tayo, Rhea 7. Nasaan na ba sila?
They're just going all ham. 1-2-1, 1-2-2 pabalik sa ating mid setup na ginagawa nga nila, you know, just Trying to take control, see if they can see a bounce back coming through from R7 with an aggressive push from Jeff Rocks. From the last round, na punish. Mukhang ngayon walang makikita dito at all. So a flank opportunity. Jeff Rocks with one. Jeff Rocks with a second frag as well. The headshot is perfect, but Rels is here to trade it off. So a 3v4. But Ajax, he expects Jason. He hits the shot with the quick scope as well. So again, it's R7 taking full advantage of these over-rotations. Yun nga lang, Ninkyu is able to bounce back with another kill. So a 2v3. C4 still in the hands again from Rez, but Ajax continues to reign supreme dito sa A-site natin.
Buhay pa si Rels. Buhay na buhay pa si Rels, pre. Wala pa yung stretcher papuntang hospital. Ito, naglalakad pa rin si Rels, no? Kahit duguan pa yan. Ilalaban niya ba si Ajax? Yan ang tanong. Nasa kanya pa yung C4, no? Pero hindi mo siya nakikitang dumediretso papuntang LA, which is the safest option. Kasi meron pang util dito si Rels para pang hiwalay. Sasala si Rels. So, nabigyan pa ng pangalawang pagkakataon para huminga. Dito yung sniper ng MJ, kaso pa-cross ka sa direksyon na hindi mo alam nandun pala ang kalaban. As Ria 7, makakabawi na nga sila.
My goodness, pare. I'm not sure if that was a 4K or an ace para kay Ajax, pero ang laki ng naging impact ng sniper player na to from that top 8 position and keeps coming for more as well. Just expecting the peek-on from Jason. Balik dun sa may CA control na ginagawa niya kanina at isa-isa ding bumagsak din sila. Jeff Rocks just beautifully handling that double kill. Finding a very good timing sa dalawang na gold parang sa bridge natin as MJ back on the tempo. Rel's gonna spot one. He gets the shot. Adjusting back in towards the cult. Yun nga lang, Charles gonna able to bounce back in towards the site. Yava with another as MJ full control sa B. Tigisa na lang tong si JCD. Napaka-late lang sa party. Spotted from the sniper as well. Muntikan pa nga mamamatay siya pero it will be the cult. It will be the headshot yet again by Yaba to get set point para sa Matt Jess.
Aray ko. Yun ang masasabi ko dito para sa Ria 7. No? Dumoble na yung effort nila. No? Iniistakan nila yung sniper. Ultimo, ang dami nang blinds na binabato para makapasok lang sila. Wala pa rin talaga. Ajax, not getting anything from that entry. Pero buti na nga lang Ninkyu on the second bout. Makukuha niya dito yung bungo dito ni Ajax. And matches, dinadaanan lang talaga ang kabuuan ng LA na wala man lang nagagawa ang Ria 7. Tawa na lang ang magagawa nila at purong iyak na mula sa kanilang mga mata. 10-3. Nakakatakot tignan ng gantong matches, pre. They get set 1.
+1 round! Anong +1 round? Kukunin namin yung buong set na yun, pare. Ang mapick ng R7. Sa inyo na yan, yung 1 round na yan. Isa lang yan sa dalawa na makukuha nyo all throughout this game, pare. Matt Jess, 4 firepower, good setup, a very strong defense. Pero an overpowering BL on the side of things, pare, no? First of all, ang una ko masasabi, ano pinakain nyo dito kay Ninkyu tsaka kay Yaba? Iba't iba talaga yung naipakita ng dalawang riflers na to, no? Purely good split pushes, very precise headshots from Yaba, and what a good sniping coming through from Brels as well. How many times will this guy keep hitting those shots talaga?
Pero sa 3 rounds na nakuha ng matches, mas maganda pa yun kumpara dun sa 7 rounds na nakuha nila sa no? Sa pag-global risk. Like, talagang masakit isipin na yun lang yung ginawa ng matches, no? Ilaban lang at ilaban. Parang bilang sa daliri ko kung kailan nila kailangan mag-retake tsaka mag-clutch. But at the same time, it's the early game. Yun talaga yung nanaig dito para kay matches, no? Si Ninkyu, hindi ko alam paano niya naisip dito, no? Na kontrahin at kontrahin palagi yung LA. May dahilan kung bakit Godbox yan. May dahilan kung bakit yan palagi yung kinukuha ng mga sniper. Pero itong si Ninkyu, right-kan ko lang ng og, tas bang, sabog na yung bungo ng sniper tsaka na nagbabantay, no? Tapos hindi sila natatakot doon sa crossfire na dala ng connector, no? So I really like the confidence ng matches. Paano pa kaya pag nagpang-abot tayo sa Black Widow, pre? Itong mapa na to, coin flip pa rin to para sa matches, hindi to sure win para sa kanila. At ganun din naman para sa Ria 7. So kumbaga, pre, makakita ka na ng battle of the mid versus the mid.
Kumbaga, no? I think sobrang pacey ng port map na to. Considering that it's the port map, pare, tingin mo magiging mabagal lang to sa para nating teams? All throughout dun sa 3 series nakita natin ang Matt Jess, at least they won a lot of aggressive fights and they just want to keep on coming. I'm very much expecting so many mid pushes, so many LA setups, considering na malalaman natin kung sino yung magiging GR start nga, no, sa para nating team. So we'll definitely find out kung sino yan mamaya, but so far, man, I mean, Rhea 7 Armita, they were coming into this with a bit of an advantage, but I guess it was just not enough considering na Matt Jess in a lot of their fights really just wanted to fight talaga, pare, no?
Yan lang pre, yan naman sasabi ko, parang ganun lang no, para sa Rhea 7. Ay, grabe nga naman, ginunan nyo lang kami. Pero pwede pang bumawi no, the best case scenario para sa Rhea 7 dito is ma-reverse sweep kasi pag pumasok tayo ng Ankara, possible na pwede pang ma-takedown to ng Rhea 7. It's one of the maps na feeling ko kaya rin naman nilang kubrahin at maganda rin naman yung pinapakita nilang mga sets dito. One thing is for sure, Matt Jess, pag nakukuha talaga nila yung game 1 no, parang hindi mo na pwedeng talikuran yung game number 2. Minsan ang nangyari yun sa Sunday Shrooms, yung nung nakalaban nila yun, but all of the maps na nakita natin from matches, no, every time that they get set 1, talagang kinukupradangan nila yung susunod pa, no? And it's because of the momentum na nakukuha ng team na to, no, plus si Yaba, na alam naman natin, pre, no, na it's a ticking time bomb, no, pre. Habang tumatagal, pre, kailangan talaga katakutan mo tong player na to, no. So, yung accuracy na meron siya, hindi, parang ang hirap ikumpara sa kung sinong player, parang siya lang talaga nakakagawa ng ganung ka-flawless,
Yeah, it's not gonna be because he's kind of like this one player. Siya si Yaba, pare, and Yaba is different talaga when it comes to his gameplay. Pero being one of the win conditions nga naman para sa Matt Jess, it's a huge tall task at hand considering that he's also one of the newcomers, at least para sa Matt Jess coming into the season, and he's performing with flying colors, just showing up a lot of good numbers kasama niyang kanyang fellow newcomer na si Ninkyu. So that responsibility on these two newcomers into Matt Jess really has shouldered a lot of that responsibility, pero parang hindi nga sila na pressure, pare. They played like they've been playing for years in the league, and with veteran players like Rels, like Zach, like Jason, talagang magpo-flourish ang pareho nating mga players dito on the Matt Jess banner. So we'll see if that continues. Pabalik dito sa ating second set, pero so far from what we've seen from Port, they just wanted to fight, pare.
Yun naman talaga, pre. Yun naman talaga ang kailangan nating dalihin para sa Port, no? Is dapat handa kang lumaban at handa kang protektahan kung ano yung kinatatayuan mo, no? Pero parang matches lang ata yung nakasagap ng memo na yun, no? Ang Rhea 7, napabayaan talaga nila yung mga pwesto nila, no? At lalong-lalo na nga rin tong highlight na to, pre. Ay, naku nga naman. Ba't nyo pinakita ulit? Direct nga naman. Masakit tingnan sa mata, pero para sa mga taong katulad natin, Ramon, na hayok sa mga action, ay pre, gusto ko yung mga ganun. Kasi imagine how many times na gusto nga nilang makuha yung house B, pre, tapos nabibigo sila. It's not that kind of it's not that kind of scenario na dapat umuulit ng 3, 4, 5, 6, ganun karaming beses talaga. Ay, naku nga naman. Ay, naku, nakita na naman natin yung headshot ni Ninkyu para matapos yung round na to. Sige, patuloy lang ang pagbuhos ng alcohol sa mga sugat ng Rhea 7. At eto na nga ang ating stat line. Ay, grabe nga naman talaga. Saan ka makakita ng zero, pre? Wala talaga, pre. Lahat sila umuuno sa kill sa KDA.
Oo nga eh. It just shows you that they're deadly on either side talaga. Whether you're on port map where you usually will expect the GR team to perform very well, at kapag nag-swap sila sa BL, dun sila mahirapan. Despite everything that could be playing against Matt Jess ngayon, pare, it is always expected na talaga nga namang magra-rise sila kahit ganun eh. No? Jason, Ninkyu, and Yaba really performing everything that they needed to do. CA control from Jason on that GR side was definitely a coin flip, pero when he got the most out of it, talagang mainit nga si Jason noong time na yun. Ninkyu, every time that he gets smoked off, talagang hindi siya mag-hesitate. He will push it every single time, and when Yaba is performing very well, then you know that Matt Jess as a team talaga ay mainit talagang kalabanin no? With 13 and 12 respectively para kay Yaba and Ninkyu. It tells you that they're both on form, at mas lalo sila nakakatakot pagkadating natin doon sa black with the map natin. As we're gonna take a look as well at Rhea 7 Armita, this team is a little bit confusing on my end, no? Kasi we kind of expected them to perform very well pagdating dun sa GR, pero in a lot of times where they're trying to do something, they ended up getting bounced back by Matt Jess as a whole, pare.
Grabe nga naman, pre. Parang Jam and Ajax Gaming ang pinakita nga talaga nila sa port, no? As they were the only one who stood out para dun sa sharing yun, no? Sa set na yun, rather. And siya na naman, pre. Siya na naman. Uy, grabe. Si Zach na naman ng MVP.
Grabe yung feed niya, oh.
parang hindi ba nagsasawa si Zach na palagi niya lang nakikita yung sarili niya pag set MVP? Matanong ko lang, anong pakiramdam pre na sobrang galing mo sa Crossfire? Ikaw palagi yung MVP ng team mo, no? Paano naman si Rel, si Yaba, paano naman si Ninkyu? Ikaw na lang palagi, no? Parang tanging si Zach lang yung makakapagsabi ng ganong klaseng experience. Kasi pre, it just shows yung niya, no? Yung kung ano yung merong angking galing siya na grabe nga naman na hindi natin nakita last year nung nasa SBK pa siya. But this guy really delivered the moment that he stepped into a new role dito lang sa matches no. Magsa-sniper, sige ako na bahala. Magfa-flex, sige ako rin bahala pre. Grabe naman pre. Zach, ibang klase yung 2025 sa'yo?
Alam mong star player yung dalawang players ng Matches kapag si Yaba at saka si Rels yung lagi mo makikita. Hindi mo makikilala ko na itsura ni Ninkyu at saka ni Jason. Nakalimutan ko na nga kasi medyo nakuha na nga ng mga spots sa MVP. Pero hopefully nga naman makakita tayo ng more spotlights from Matches as a whole. Mas lalo na sa Rhea 7 Ermita, no? Kasi hindi pa tapos ang serye natin. Tapos na ang port pero may Black Widow pa na pwedeng maihatid ng pareho nating koponan na masabi nating 50-50 para sa pareho. Pero coming into this match just has a big advantage para dito. Would you say that, Salvatore?
Yeah, definitely, no. So, I'm just waiting for that set 2 to happen, no, Ramon, kasi I'm pretty sure you are excited. Ako excited. Lahat ng mga nanonood dito excited na makita yung mga kaguluhan sa loob ng Black Widow. Kaya Ramon, ano bang dapat abangan natin?
Wala nang kahit ano pa kasi gustong-gusto ko na makita yon. Kaya mag-throw muna tayo into a short break. Ang nga pala si Ramon, si Salvatore nga pala kasama ko dito. 1-0 para sa Matches. At kung gusto nyo makita either 2-0 or 1-1, huwag kang aalis. Magkabalik ang Impact Summer. Magtutuloy-tuloy ang Cebuana Derby dito as Matt Jess will pick it to 1-0 against Rhea 7 Ermita dito sa PH Impact Summer 2025. Ako po si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore, ang casters ninyo para sa ating second series of the final game dito sa group stages natin. No? So Matt Jess picking up the 1-0 was not surprising. It definitely has shown that their talent is above the rest of the competition. Pero ang Rhea 7 Ermita has an opportunity to do something funny. No? Dito sa Black Widow kung saan masasabi natin not too bad of a record para sa para nating teams.
Yeah, no, parang parehong nagkaroon ng talo tong dalawang teams na to sa loob ng mapa na to, and I feel like Matches and Rhea 7 could do something really good dun sa galit na meron sila, no, sa mapan to. Considering na signature map namin to, pero we just had to endure yung pagkatalo namin dito. So lahat ng yun hopefully maging elemento ng isang cinematic na laban tulad ng Cypher Pro Team na ginawa nila kahapon sa laban nila, no? So yeah, definitely something that we should look forward to, kaya patuloy nyo lang ang panonood dito sa PH Impact kasi masaya ang mga pangyayari dito, no? Parang ramdam na ramdam mo yung pagka-masters ng laban ng Rhea 7 tsaka Matches
True, pare. Kasi with their talent alone, you could definitely tell that they can contend against the PH Masters team talaga. Pero there's a reason nga pala kung bakit nga naman sila nasa Impact Summer. There is still a chance for them to get into the regional playoffs. That is their focus overall at pati na rin sa kanilang prize pool. No? So hopefully, nga naman makip nga ng stride ng Matt Jess ang papunta dito sa second set nila kasi talagang their firepower has definitely outshined yung Rhea 7 Ermita on all fronts sa part map natin. Whereas the other players on Rhea 7 Ermita are kind of getting out-tempoed, outpaced, and let's say outclassed nga naman dun sa House B setups na ginagawa nga ng Matt Jess kanina.
Yeah, let's take it simple, Rhea 7. No? Huwag na nating pakomplikahin yung mga pinag-aagawa natin sa loob ng Black Widow. Kung kailangan mag-default. Hindi naman ganun kahirap talaga yung mga duels na tinitake ng Matches. It just so happens na palagi nga silang nag-group pushes at doon pumapasok yung magandang default pa rin. Just stack aside, hayaan yung manglason si Jam, or even let JCD do his own work. No? Hayaan na lang natin sila mismo talaga yung kumilos. Ajax, hayaan din natin siyang lumaban para sa sarili niya. No? The sniper duel will be lethal pag nanood tayo ng laban na to, no? At hopefully this is a matchup na magka-comeback na nga ang Rhea 7 to force that Ankara.
Yep. Nilip tong si Jason to try to expect that double LA setup, pero ang R7 iba yung magiging plano. Si Jam ang muna papasok at si Ninkyu mapapatay lamang ni Jam. So another one for Rels para really good popcorn. One nade to the dome of Jam, pero Ajax, he's not expecting Zack. Nasa LA na, nasa site na ang Matt Jess, where R7 have to play the retake now again.
Oh my goodness, JCD holding down door B. Maganda to. Actually, trap kagad si Yab. Pero si Zack naman yung may karapatan dito para mapigilan ang pag-push ng Rhea 7. Can he win it? He will! Si JCD naka-hold pa rin dito ng door mid. At si Rels na lang ang natitira para sa team niya. Maganda to para sa kanya, pre. Kasi kahit paano maghiwalay ngayon si JCD. Here comes the first contact. And JCD gets the headshot. Rhea 7, what a start.
We needed a step up for one guy for R7, and now si JCD naman, the mid player, who definitely has shined all throughout, just finds every single timing Flash coming forward, tapos beautifully placing himself, especially now with R7 starting strong with 2 kills. In fact, Jam and JCD, they get 2 pero yun nga ng Jason and Rels. They get themselves the capitalization with the trades moving forward. LA now being focused on yet again by Matches. Finally, Ajax has eyes on that. Yun nga lang, Yabas able to get the headshot, but he finds himself in the 1v2 laban kay Charles at saka kay Jam.
Now, 1v2 once more. Hindi nagawa ni Rels. Kaya nga ba gawin ni Yaba, pero pwede siya matimingan dito. And here comes a possible quick scope. Ang tagal ng laban na yon. Yaba usually wins those, no pre? Pero nabigayaan si Jam ng isang magandang buhay doon. And he got that clutch shot. 2-0, Rhea 7. Sabi ko nga, kailangan nilang simplehan yung mga laban dito at hayaan na lang ang Matches ang mag-overstep. And they definitely took my advice to heart, no pre? You can feel na kinokontrol na lang nila yung mga cut, yung BS, pero si Rels challenge na nga yung dalawang posibleng kalaban dito as Jam and Jeffrox will be joining him soon. Pero si Jam continues to push. Can he get one more though? Papipigilan siya dito ni Zack at magiging 4v3 na nga lang to biglaan as parang nag-overstep bigla ang Rhea 7. JCD finds an opening dito lamang sa may Storby and Rhea 7 holding down their angles.
My God, Everybody just pushing each other back on mid at kanina pa nga dun sa house ay nagulat pa nga siya kay JCD Yaba with one on the entry pero masyado na atang nag-overstep kay JCD. Ang init! 3 straight rounds nakakuha ng 7 kills pero Rels with the kill kay JCD. Not expecting Jeff Rocks especially with the info. He's stuck dun sa... What? What just happened? What? The lag was perfect pero yun nga lang. Si Zach with the AWM. What just happened, pare? Nag-free shot in the air.
Naglog si Jeprox, pre. Naglog. LOG. Oh my God. Salamat ang instant replay dyan. Gusto kong makita ulit yun. Ang angas dun eh. Nag-matrix siya sa area. Paano yung ganun? Pero eto na ang panibagong round na kailangan natin mag-move on at kalimutan na lang yung nangyari kay Jeprox. 3v2, Rels and Jason finding an opening pero hindi pa nga sila makalisit ng sarili nilang base. Jason finding a pwesto dito lamang sa may short pero bigla na lang siyang mababack-offan kaagad dito ni Jeprox. Namistulo na nga, nakabalik na nga ng lupa ngayon. Rels fighting for his life. That's one down pero may susunod pa dito and that will be Ajax going for the swing mayat maya. And there goes a Kobe!
Wow!
Sumalo ng goodbye Philippines si Rels and Ria 7, 3-1.
Wow! Malakobi kumbaga ang galawan. Just knowing that he's on low HP. And Rels back-to-back rounds where he had to try to clutch up into the clutch attempt. Yun nga lang, it will be another attempt at MJ taking LA control. Charles and Jeff Rocks lost to the sauce. They are able to bounce back in towards the site. Yun nga lang, Jam and Rels, they trade each other off. They got themselves a 2 versus 3 pare. No? C4 still down, so you know that MJ naglalaro lang sila para patayin yung bawat miyembro ng R7. So because they know that they're in the numbers disadvantage, maglalaro na lang sila for the retake as they take control of the A side for matches.
And matches recover though. Very good power positions para kay Ria 7. Kahit nga 2v3 to, they could utilize their position para ma-caught off guard na lang yung mga miyembro ng MJ pero napabayaan ata. They really want to play this retake, pre. And here comes the C4 plant. Paikot na nga ngayon si Zach ng window A. At si Ajax ang pwede niyang makasalubong dito. Nice rotation from Zach. Pwede niyang pwede niyang makatch dito yung papuntang BS. At yun na nga yung gagawin dito ni Zach. Narinig na nga ni JCD. Pero hindi niya alam sino uunahin niya. Sabog ang bungo ni JCD. At window A na lang yung kailangan nilang pagtuunan ng pansin ngayon. Tumatakbo ang oras. Kung ako si Ajax, tumatakbo na rin ako. Ajax, 13 seconds left to work. Hindi nila narinig yung pagbagsak. And here comes the smoke. Nades flying in dito lamang sa base short. And Ajax gets one. Pero may isa pang natitira. Kenny get the kill. Zach, wala nang oras si Ajax. Effort was seen pero hindi pa siya sapat. Matches nakataka sa round na yun.
Kung kailan ang init din ni Ajax all throughout this series. So 1v2 clutch attempt niya. Napatay niya yung short player. Tapos there was an opportunity for the quick scope. It just did not bear fruit at all for him as well. So now it's a very aggressive attempt for Jam. But Yaba still fighting, still breathing with the headshots. Jeff Rocks and JC down. That means an open entry para sa B-site. Charles gonna try to hit the shot. Pero yun nga lang, Yaba with another headshot. The entry is real for Matt Jess. Wala sa kanila yung C4, so the objective cannot be confirmed by them. Pero tamang hanap ng kills. Mukhang yun nga lang yung magiging win condition na Matt Jess ngayon. As Yaba will peek into Ajax. That is a nice adjustment for him right now.
See, if this is a good enough rotation para sa Ria 7, no? Grabe naman yung effort dito ni Jam na maglakbay mula kabilang dagat, no? Makukuha niya yung pwesto sa may SS as it is a possible spot na kunin ngayon ng Ria 7 na parang nababaliktad na nga. Pero this just opens up matches na rektahin tong BS nang wala pa na sila magagawa. Ninkyu! Grabe nga naman! Pinasok ang sinulid sa karayong and Ajax mabubuhay pa ng matagal. At si Jason, lamang na lamang nga ba sa barrel? Hindi. Pre, wala ka sa Colt ni Ajax. Ria 7 continues to push the lead kahit na effortan pa ni Ninkyu.
Ang init ngayon ng Rhea 7 Ermita. Ajax on a high note, literally hitting impactful AWM shots, shutting down Yaba, and mukhang hindi pa nagtatapos ang laban. Matt Jess still trying their best to entry onto the site. In nga lang, Charles does not hit the quick scope, pulls out the Colt. It will be that deagle shot kay Zach, and it did kill him successfully. 2v3. Yaba already inside of the site, does not expect Charles. He does hit him with a shot. Si Ajax mukhang susunod na nga. A 1v2 now para sa sniper. He's been hitting pretty good shots all throughout the series. Will he hit one dito kay Rels? He does jump away from the scope, but nga lang Aegis can just adjust. Si Yaba na lang. Both of these two players very hot on their streak. At papasok na lang si Yaba. He's not gonna try to plant the bomb. He's gonna try to kill off tong si Ajax. As Ajax is playing this like a master that he is. Quick scope out, but the headshot is real yet again para kay Yaba. Paulit-ulit nang nasa bungo ng kalaban. Ang bullets ni Yaba as MJ gets the third round.
Nakakatawa talaga yung mga ganong klaseng laban no? Parang ka naglalaro ng perya. Yung kailangan mong paluin yung pato, pre, para bigyan ka ng premyo. Parang no? Parang it just feels weird na Matches' mentality is to force these fights left and right para talaga makuha nila yung mga angulo. When in fact, they could just stack a specific angle tapos magugulat na lang ang Rhea 7 dun no? Because of the deep pushes na kinukuha ng Rhea 7 at anytime, pwedeng gamitan ng Matches yung mga numero nila dito para talaga tapatin tong Rhea 7. Masyado ka atang ambisyoso dun, Yaba. Kala mo ata mga kadouble ka dun, pero hindi, pre. As it's now a 2v3. Nades flying in dito lamang sa main mid at inaantay pa rin ng Rhea 7 yung pag-aabang nga nila, no? And Q headshot! That was very, very beautiful. And, teka lang, boss. Ay, commercial lang pala yun. Kala ko naman, pinasalan tayo nila, guys.
Ganda pa naman ng laro
Okay na
ni
yun
Ninkyo doon, pre. Okay na yun. Okay na sana yung round na yun. Post plant na sana. 2v2. Tapos, mag-expect sana ako ng drop down sa pareho natin players from matches. So, it could have been it could have gone anywhere, pare. Pero I guess mas okay nga na tingnan natin kung makakapag-reconnect na yung pareho nating players natin on the server. So hopefully makakita tayo agad ng gameplay na mabilisan, but still it just shows that both of these Cebuana players just want to fight at all talaga, pare. Just so many mid pushes, and yet again Matches continues their streak of trying to be aggressive talaga, trying to force out plays talaga against Rhea 7.
Yeah, so a lot of those stretching of rounds mula dito sa Rhea 7, nagbubunga naman siya. Pero to the risk of Ajax na lang natitira, yung hindi nila nagagamit yung numero nila bilang advantage. It just feels weird na maraming fina-force ang Rhea 7. Oo, forced yun, may risk factor din yun, pero kailangan nilang sumandal para kay Ajax na makuha nga nila yung round na yun. To me, that's very, very risky on its own, no? Kasi hindi naman garantisado na makukuha ni Ajax yung mga round na kailangan maipanalo ng Rhea 7. Pero, yun na yun Parang maganda na rin na nakukuha nga ni Ajax yung mga rounds na yun. It just goes to show na these are the two teams na there is no turning back Talagang rektahan na lang sa muka at yun yung pinakamagandang klase ng crossfire na gusto ko talaga makita, pre. Yung wala silang kinakatakutan talaga. Kasi it just gives us a play of picture, no? Tinan mo to, pre. This guys nakatago to ng isang playoff match na pang best of 3.
Ano pa kaya pag naging BO5 to sana
Yun talaga.
Yun talaga. Pagbakbakan kung bakbakan. Yun yung nangyaring Yaba versus Ajax sa fight na nakita natin. What if mas marami pang mga fights yung mangyayaring ganun That just makes me excited talaga for next week. Kung saan mas tatagal na yung mga broadcast natin, mas marami ng mga games na mapapanood, mas maraming chance na baka umabot tayo sa mga golden rounds natin. This just makes it all the more sweeter na ito pa yung parang naging yung parang naging send home nating broadcast before tayo pumasok ng playoffs. I'm just super excited talaga, Salvatore.
Yeah. So, it feels like something ko pa refresher, no? Parang ang dami nga natin na imagine na scenario natin sa ulo, nakakalimutan nga natin yung mga ganitong klaseng laban, talagang inaabangan dapat ng mga tao at pinapanood kahit anong oras pa yan. Time check, pre, 8:19 ito na yung mga oras na dapat nag-a-adapt na tayo, nag-chilling sa tayo, nakahiga. Pre, ito, crossfire yung handog namin sa inyo. Hindi ba kayo natutuwa, guys? Halos sa buong araw nga namin kayo nakakasama sa mga action dito, no? From that Vengeance and Sunday Shrooms match-up. Nandito pa rin kami, nagbibigay ng action at hopefully saya. No? Sana masaya kayo sa mga nakikita nyo. Kasi masaya kami dito sa laban ng Matches tsaka ng Rhea 7. Kasi pagkatapos na itong linggo na to, alam nyo na saan tayo papunta? Sa playoffs na tayo, Ramon.
Totoo pare, considering the time that we've had, imaginein mo ninyo no? Parang from merienda all the way to dinner time, may crossfire pa rin tayo sa Impact Summer. May mapapanood na yung mga crossfire viewers natin habang kumakain sila. So hopefully nag-enjoy nga dito kayo. Comment nyo lang below kung sino yung sinusuportahan ninyong team kasi alam namin na nandito kayo para supportahan ang fellow Cebuano squad ninyo. Will it be Matt Jess? Will it be Rhea 7 Ermita? No? That is the big question. Big update nga, 1-0 nga pala ulit ang Matt Jess dito sa ating serye so far. Black Widow being their map pick just gave us a lot more confidence considering how dominant yung first map nila on that fourth map. Pero yung Rhea 7 Ermita no, may pampalag. At makikita natin kung tuloy-tuloy yan sa pagbalik ng break natin. No? So may tech boss bro tayo at ayusin lang namin ang things on RN dito sa Impact Summer. So magbabalikan na lang tayo in just a short break. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore at magbabalik ang Impact Summer. Ito na talaga guys, ang Matches versus Rhea 7 Ermita on that Black Widow map for Impact Summer 2025, the last set, or at least yung pinaka-last nating match bago tayo pasok sa playoffs natin. Mga Sermon, kasama ko si Salvatore, and this will be a very good time para sa pareho nating teams. MJ versus Rhea 7 have been doing it time and time again. Bakbakan lamang sa loob ng Black Widow at mukhang hindi pa tayo natatapos pare, no? Nag-pause tayo na mabilisan, pero hopefully, ito na nga talaga tayo parang Salvatore.
Sana nga, okay na. Nakapaghulog na lahat ng mga barya, nakapagbayad ng mga kailangang bayaran, wala nang ayos na mga wirings dyan, kailangan mag-charge ng ganito, mag-charge ng ganyan. Gusto ko na pre yung wala talagang interruption, yung rektahang suntukan lang talaga ng matches tsaka ng Rhea 7. Kasi hindi dapat pinapatagal yung ganito eh. Dapat nakikita na talaga natin dapat yung yung mga laban tulad ng matches tsaka ng Rhea 7 without any interruptions, no? Na hopefully nandyan pa kayo nanonood at nag-e-enjoy pa rin sa page ni Crossfire Philippines no? Kasi guys, onti na lang talaga, promise magbubunga lahat ng pag-iintay nyo kasi after this week, playoffs na nga tayo at mamaya makikita nyo na yung playoff bracket natin, no? So ready na ako, ready na daw si Derek at ready ka na rin Ramon, so sana kayo din handa na papanoorin ang laban ng Matches tsaka ng Rhea 7 at bago nga tayo ma-DR, eto ang score natin, lamang ang Rhea 7 ng piso.
Nako po pare, may time na para makapagbalikan nga dito ang Matches, especially now that they know that fast tempo it's not gonna work out any longer, so it will be a 3-2 split up. Expecting the long A push na ginagawa ng Rhea 7, pero Ajax, what a shot! Precisely dito kay Ninkyu, and JCD with a good rotation timing. Patay na agad si Yaba, punishing him for a very fast push from Rels as well. That's an early 2v5, and eventually now Rhea 7 is dominating the battlefield. It will be a 5th round para sa kanila.
Yeah, so very strong showing from Rhea 7, no? Especially from those skills of JCD tsaka kay Jeff Rocks. Ang laki ng pinagbago doon actually from their placement. Alone, Charles, anong ginagawa mo dyan sa slide, kaibigan? Nice trade para kay Jam. And that puts him on notice na nagiging aggressive na nga ang Rhea 7. Dito kaya nga ba tapatan ngayon ng Matches? Yaba nakakross na nga pero lahat nagsisiliparan sa mapa pre. Matches na kay Ninkyu na ang nakainingyo na lang dito ang kasiyahan ng laron to kasi siya na lang ang natitira. And just like that, Rhea 7 gets first half.
Yep, they swapped the sides this time around, and Rhea 7 on their defense. In this last 2 rounds, nakapansin tayo na parang counterplay. From the conditioning na ginagawa ng Matches na paulit-ulit na nagpo-push si Yaba back in towards that doors position na ngayon pa lang na-read na agad ni JCD yung rotation timing. So that's 2 rounds in a row kung saan na-lock out tong si Yaba from his comfortable push on that doors position na ginagawa niya kanina. And very well put nga yung naging position ni Jeff Rocks, just fully expecting the LA push time and time again. So it's full out adaptation for Rhea 7, which was kind of missing from what they've had. They've always been the type of team na sabi kong talagang playoffs contention nga, but there's kind of something missing from their team play. Parang this is the closest thing that we've gotten to a very decisive Rhea 7 Ermita against a top team that is usually known to be very aggressive talaga pare.
Yeah, so kinda seeing something different from Rhea 7 kasi ito na lang ata yung round na nakita natin mula Port. Wala last week actually, no? Ito na yung pinaka-aggressive na nakita natin mula sa kanila. But it just kinda feels different na baka may tinatago sila sa paparating na playoffs. If their aggression is their success, bakit ngayon lang natin nakikita ulit to? So, walang nasagot nga yung matches dun actually, no? Charles forcing the play, si Jam nakaka-trade din kagad. It just goes to show na marunong naman talaga makipag-sabayan tong Rhea 7. Feeling ko may onting hesitation lang talaga sa department nila kung bakit hindi sila makausad kaagad dun sa mga rounds na yun. So sana nga Rhea 7 getting the side na heavily favors aggression. Makuha nga nila tong mapan to.
Talaga pare. So Rhea 7, they now have a chance to try to keep the steamroll going talaga. And especially considering that last map is also going to be a very important thing to go for it. This Black Widow will be more than important now for this Rhea 7 squad. So we'll find out in the second half if they can keep going dito with Jeff Rocks and the squad finding a very valuable first half. This Matt Jess gonna start doing strong doon sa mid. Kasi nothing down with the Jam trying to get updates on si Ninkyu. Will be that first blood. Another one from Charles as well. Everybody fighting on all fronts. Called out as well for Charles. A 4K for him. And a 1 versus 2 now para kay Rels, who is trying to bounce back in towards that steep position, pare.
Pabalik na ng stage, pre. Pero di ko lang sure kung papanindigan niya nga to na may kita niya si Ajax and Rels na duguan. Kinalaban ang masustansya pang Ajax. And now Matches is just getting absolutely dito sa Black Widow, pre.
My goodness, pare. Parang it's either the counterplay is real for R7 or they just really want to fight, pare. There is no question that they want to take it to the top 2 team. That is Matt Jess. It will be Ajax with that entry frag. Jason with the 1-for-1. A good start para sa Rhea 7 as they now have control dito sa ating si control, pare. Pero look at this. Matt Jess just trying to cook up yung storm dito sa may house B. Pero Ajax with a quick scope. Expecting the lurk from Yaba as well. Everybody from the players on Matt Jess trying to fight with everything. But Ninkyu explodes out of STB. At nag-isa na lang si Ajax. He's been sharp on the AWM. Pero kaya namang i-isolate tong si Ninkyu at saka si Rels na magkahiwalay lamang. Pero yun nga, ang daming damage kay Ajax with the dink of 4 HP and a lifetime para sa kanya. As Ninkyu will just need to hit any bullet sa kahit anong parte ng katawan ni Ajax, pare.
Literal na pinisuhan lang talaga no? Feeling ko na wallbang lang ata si Ajax dun kaya pwede pa siyang mabuhay pero tinira mo yung tao na 1 HP nga. Naka-om naman. So pabilisan na lang talaga ng pindutan ng left click to unless malaman ni Ajax kung saan pausad to si Ninkyu. Ninkyu holding down water lang. Pero pabalik siya ng RS. Ayaw pumik. Nakita! Ajax forces the 1v1. Pero makukuha niya yung C4 dito. Maalertohan si Rels. And there's only one way, pre. Kailangan pumunta ng B-site ni Ajax at madali ito para sa kanya. Hindi, pre, magro-rotate pa ata siya at nakuha niya na nga yung C4 ngayon. Si Rels nakakross sa loob ng smoke. Hindi ko alam, pre, nalilito ako. Ajax, ano bang gusto mong gawin?
Pwede kang mag-rotate. Pwede kang bumalik sa B. Si Rels babalik ng A? What? 20 seconds. There was full info na nasa B kanina. Itong si Ajax, but still, baka nga naman nagugulantang dahil sa lack of info na binibigyan ng pareho nating players. So, Ajax now has the space para makapag-plant an opportunity for the AWM player. Mukhang hindi pa nakita yung cross niya, pare. Rels is just gonna have to rotate with 40 seconds to play para sa AWM player. He crosses back into towards house and now knows na pwede pang bumalik tong si Ajax. Right place, right time for him. Will Rels hit the shot? Only needing one against Ajax who has the AWM. Will he cross towards the box? 20 seconds, hindi niya alam. Hindi niya alam, pare, lalapit kita yung isa sa mga players niya dito and mukhang yun na nga. Rels hits the shot all the way towards Ajax. And another round for Matt Jess to try to stop the bleeding against R7, pare.
Kala ko maglalag ka pa, Rels eh. Buti na lang nakuha mo yung round na yun. And nice clearing from Rels actually. No, usually re-rectahin mo na yung pag-stick dun eh. No? At i-50-50 mo na lang. But he had a lot of time. Kaya nga talagang piniligyan yung pwesto niya. And Rels cleaning house dito lamang sa may mid. Dalawa yung makukuha niya. 2-for-1 so far para sa matches. And that's already good enough information. Kaso nga lang, kitang-kita yung braso ni Zack. What a kill by Ajax. And it's now a 2v2 nang parang ganun lang as Ninkyu gets a kill. Jason pa-cross na nga ng cut. Si Charles paparating na. And what a hold by Ajax sa Falco. Nakukulangan ng informasyon ngayon ng matches, pre. Nagsisili pa na dito yung mga katawan nila nang hindi na lang nila alam nasan yung mga kalaban. Ninkyu paparating na nga ng door mid. Ajax pa-cross na ng BS at nakita yung katawan. 1v1 na naman tayo, Ramon.
Magkaibang players pa. Si Charles naman at si Ninkyu tatry bumida. Ang ganda ng flash. Hindi siya makahide, pare. Walang taguan para kay Ninkyu. At si Charles ang pinakakukuhang ng patay natin dito with an 8-4 scoreline para sa R7 na ngayon ay masasabi nating talagang walang tigil ang suntukan na pasok lang on LA ang dalawang players on Matt Jess as they now try to catch up nag-iisang player na si Jeff Rox. Yun nga lang si Charles at si Rels pitrade lang ng isa. Si Zack mamamatay lamang sa entry on LA as well as Ninkyu keeps going but Charles gonna shut him down with a headshot 2v2 after Yaba also secures another kill papunta kay Jeff Rox as well.
Ako na ni Charles yung C4 dito at makakasalubong niya si Yaba, panandalian lang. Jason possibly setting up the high-low ngayon at inaantay na lang talaga nila yung magandang fake out to go for B site. Probably Ajax! Grabe nga naman Yung trinabaho ng balang yon, ang layo ng narating. Yaba fighting for his life. Pabalik na nga siya ng under dito at makakalaban niya si Ajax panandalian. Pero si Yaba nakatungo pa rin sa direksyon ng S. Nakakatakot nga naman. Pre, Rhea 7 putting all the stops para mapigilan tong matches. Kailangan natin pumunta ng Ankara, Ramon.
One more round to do it, pare. Talagang okay na to para sa R7. We've been looking out for doubts from them. We've been looking for something shining out throughout from this team. Finally, some resurgence of energy. At baka nga naman sa mid-setup na ginagawa nila, baka ma-surprise pa nga ang matches. So many people trying to dominate them from that balcony position. Zack and Yaba starting strong again with that 2 kills in fact. At mukhang sisimulan ba ni Yaba ang headshot machine. It will be a 2 versus 5. Ajax with just a cult. Mukhang masasimulan pa siya ni Ajax. Coming from that pistol, but a really good rotation from Jeffrox now keeps the game rolling, but still, Ajax gets the shot. Another one from the cult as well. Nag-iisa lang si Ajax at kinaya pa niya yung dalawa. Si Renz mapapatay lang ni Jeffrox as we head to Ankara. A 10-4 para sa Rhea 7 Ermita. The Cebuana Derby continues.
Grabe pre, ang paggaganti ni Jeffrox sa dati niyang team. Siya pa talaga ang may pakana kung bakit mananalo ang Rhea 7 sa laron to. What a hold by Ajax sa base na yun pre. I was so convinced bakit ang tagal nilang umangat sa RS and it got enough time para makapag-reposition si Ajax to get that 2K plus a hold of door B. Very, very clean. Para sa sa Rhea 7 pre, wala na tayong pwedeng ibang pagdebatihan pa. They were indeed the better team. At yung aggression na sinasabi natin kanina pre, pinanindigan na talaga nila.
Oo, absolutely pare. Talagang we needed to find some sort of like aggression from Rhea 7 because that firepower, we still kind of talk about it time and time again that this team is talented when it comes to the individuals. Pero stepping up against a top team as one of the top teams as well against matches of all people, talagang we could possibly see some sort of like parang masabi nating power control na pwedeng makuha against this team like matches because Rhea 7 man, this Black Widow was a testament sa kung gaano sila ka-sharp as a team. Yung mga lurks ni Jeffrox, yung mga counterplays na ginagawa ni JCD on the rotation, and not to mention pare, si Ajax. Very crispy on the AWM. So many times na nakakuha siya ng patay just from that balcony position on BL is just the cherry on top of all pare.
Yeah, so it just feels like it's that simple para sa Rhea 7 na maging aggressive na lang tayo. Ilaban natin ang ilaban. Talagang a lot of concrete plans from Rhea 7 was just laid to waste at isa na lang yung inisip nila at yun ay talagang magalit dito para sa matches no. Yung driving force na meron ng Rhea 7 to go for angles na very predictable from BS to mid to cat, lahat ng yun kinubra nila pa rin ng walang katakot-takot, kaya nakakataas din ng kumpiyansa at momentum yung ganun kasi they were getting success after success and that's something that we should look forward to sa paparating na Ankara.
Totoo pare. Because now you can definitely see that R7 are not only playing with firepower, but their team play has been improved. Yung kung gaano sila nag-flourish in their comms back then, now it has been improved in the tip-top shape talaga. Now contending against one of the top teams ngayon where Matt Jess now has some growing pains talaga no? Kasi sila yung nagsimula ng mga aggressive pushes, especially on their BL where Yaba was continuously pushing yung house B all the way back in towards that door position na again, yun yung parang is mga adaptations na nakuha ng Rhea 7 Ermita. Once you put them in a driver's seat na kung saan kaya nalang kontrolin yung laro, mahirapan kahit yung matches pare. So, it doesn't really come to a surprise how Rhea 7 Ermita performs as a playoff team. But what if now nadagdagan pa nga sila ng parang decisiveness? Mas lalo sila nagiging nakakatakot pare.
Tama doon pre. And there's really no question kung ano talagang dapat there's really no answer rather kung ano dapat gawin ng matches doon no, because dumodoble din naman sila ng pwesto din like Rels, si Zack nagpo-push din, yung pag-hold nila ng BS nandun din naman, pero it just so happens na maganda lang talaga ang laruan dito ng Rhea 7 when it comes to dueling, and there's no gonna be sparkling of debate pre kasi lahat ng ginawa dito talaga ng Rhea 7 pre was just in tip-top shape. 100% pinag-isipan talaga nila ng maigi at yung pag-iisip na yun bumunga na ng isang magandang half. I feel like yung first half na yun pre kinalmahan lang muna nila ng onte. Tinesting nga nila kung magiging worth it ba yung pagiging aggressive. Kasi tinan mo, parang inaantay pa nila yung magandang default at para sabihin na lang na sige, pwede na tayo maging aggressive. Yun na nga, pinakita na nga nila.
Kaya nga this is the type of crossfire na medyo hinahanap-hanap ko din sa Impact Summer. Just teams, syempre makaka-expect tayo na maglalabas sila ng mga good strats, makakakita tayo ng mga setups na ma-expect natin sa mga pro teams. Pero it's all an Impact where makakita tayo minsan ng mga just down and dirty gameplay talaga, and that's everything that you can expect from this series as a whole. Talagang R7 very much contending yung mid-side na mabilisan, yung matches hindi nahihiyang lumapit lamang sa mga kalaban nila, which always just comes down to the 1v1 pare. And just like that, it's more than enough para makabalik tayo into the 1-to-1 series where now it's a debate between kung kaya nilang i-road towards the win itong R7 kasi hindi na nagkakalayo sa realidad na pwede na lang ihabol to especially against matches where they had the leverage in this matchup, but because of this Black Widow game na medyo naguguluhan ako kung pwede pa sabihin natin kayang pa rin gawin to ng matches
Yeah. So, sana nga itong angkara na to magbisto lang sana maging battlefield na talaga tong angkara na to na lahat ng strats makikita na nga natin. Bigyan nyo na kami ng pahapyaw ng playoffs, Rhea 7 tsaka matches. Nagmamakawa kami dito ni Ramon na talagang gumanda talaga yung level dito. Ajax 3.83 kills KDA rather, at kamuntigan na nga maging 2 kills per round tong si Ajax So that's how consistently he was dominating in all ends from long range to pistols, pag-hold, pagre-retake, talagang nakukuha ng Rhea 7 yung magandang tipla sa laban na to
3.83 pare on the sniper role whatsoever against a Matt Jess na hindi takot lumapit, hindi takot lumaban either from the mid side or yung pag-control nila from the STB position. Talagang si Ajax ang masasabi natin na talagang more than enough na firepower from the sniper as well as everybody else also very positive when it comes to the KD, and you can definitely expect that this Rhea 7 Narmita team is gonna keep contending dito sa ating Ankara map, which honestly is a really good map for both teams as well. We're gonna be expecting some more of that aggression either from yung events position natin, yung LA siguro mako-contest na mabilisan. It's just what you can expect from Cebuana versus Cebuano playoff talaga pare
Yeah, so it's just that timing from Rhea 7 na nakukuha nga talaga nila yung mga good angles dito, and a lot of those fights were really convincing for Rhea 7 na I feel like it was one of the few times na lumalabas lang talaga yung confidence nila. At yun talaga naman yung kailangan nating makita from them. So Ajax, without a doubt, siya nga talaga magiging MVP natin dito, with a 18 AP mula sa kanya, he was definitely putting all the assists on the board. Yung 1.64 kills per round na yan, malaking bagay yan kung bakit nakakapag-space si JCD tsaka si Charles sa mapa. So ito na yung Rhea 7 na feeling ko naabot na yung 100% naabot na nga nila yung ceiling nila na pwede pang gamitin papuntang Ankara pre, kasi we've seen this amount of anger para sa Rhea 7.
There's a lot of grit in them. Definitely some motivation backed into this. We've kind of talked about how medyo nasa fall off nga yung R7 at ngayon medyo may pagbawi pa nga, at dahil dito masasabi natin na talaga may pampalag pa nga ng si Ajax at saka ang Rhea 7 Armita. So hopefully sa pagpasok natin dito sa Ankara tuloy-tuloy lamang yung pagkita ng mga good plays from R7 from top to bottom. They have showed very much very good plays all throughout, that hopefully Ajax still continues to be that MVP that he has been performing all throughout this Black Widow map so tingnan natin with not just now giving another game dito sa ating R7 do you think this continues to be one more game papunta dito sa R7 pare? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a map na feeling ko it's the close to the hearts of both matches and Rhea 7. I still can pinpoint kung sino pwedeng manalo talaga dito, A lot has been said for these two teams when it comes to playing Ankara. Lalong-lalo na nga rin kung ano yung naging imahe nila from Black Widow. Ililipat lang din natin sa isa pang mapa, Aggression versus default pick-off versus a 5-man push. Makikita natin yan mamaya, pre. Nakaka-excite.
Copy-paste lamang papunta dito sa ating set number 3. So tingnan natin kung makakapanalo nga ba ang kung sino man dito na pinamalakas on our last day before the playoffs. So ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore at pupunta lang tayo sa napakamabilis na short break namang, so huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang Impact Summer. Impact Summer 2025 continues to have its surprises at para sa Matches versus Reyes 7 Ermita talaga namang nawawala na ang lahat ng breaks na meron sila dito. Map 3, Ankara, both teams very much have good reps sa mapa natin at talaga nga namang dito pa magtutuos ang dalawa sa pinakamalakas nating Cebuano teams in Impact.
Yeah, so a lot of this turns from the fact na matagal na talagang long overdue tong laban na to. Feeling ko dapat nung unang week pa lang nakita na natin tong match na to, pero it just it just waited. Kailangan na talaga natin pakuluin muna at talagang maluto ng husto na malaman natin kung ano ang playstyle ni Matches na gagamitin nila para kay Rhea 7 and then vice versa. No? Main event to, pre. So let's just see kung ano yung pwede nating makita dito sa Ankara, pre. Kasi nakaka-excite all throughout, no? The anticipation kung saan nga ba magpapang-abot ang Rhea 7 when it comes to standings, matches, nandyan pa rin ba talaga yung lakas nila pagdating sa playoffs. Yeah, it's all of that. Sana nagbubunga na yung paghihintay natin.
Totoo, pre. Sa paghihintay natin, talagang mas lalo ko na-excite sa darating na Ankara map natin kung saan talagang it will be do or die for both of these Cebuano teams nga naman. Not for the playoffs contention, pero para sa serye natin as a whole. No? Ending yung group stage strong natin will mean so much para sa confidence ng pareho nating teams coming into the playoffs, especially for the side of Rhea 7 Ermita, kung saan mare-reverse sweep nila siguro ang matches. After nila kunin yung kanila map pick of Port, and now we find ourselves in a situation where matches now will actually get counterplayed all throughout sa Rhea 7 Ermita, no? And on Ankara, where we're gonna be expecting a lot of defaults, a lot of fast-paced tempo kapag ka gusto nang magbakbakan ang para nating koponan. The possibilities are endless. At ba't pa tayo maghihintay pa, no? Kung ready na ang pareho nating team. Sa matches at saka ang Rhea 7 ay gusto na pumasok sa server. Paano na kami ni Salvatore, pare? Gusto na namin makita yung laro na to eh.
Yeah, absolutely, no, pre. Kasi sino ba namang hindi gustong makita itong laban ng matches tsaka ng Rhea 7 na ano na talaga, na magsimula na nga, no? Kasi for sure naman, lahat na kayo nag-aabang na kung paano nga ba matatapos tong kwento na to, no? Yung adventure ng Rhea 7 tsaka ng matches patungong playoffs, dito na nga talaga magtutuos. Ano nga ba ang mangyayari? Sila lang mismong makakasagot, lahat ng mata dito lang sa ating mga screens kasi it's now time for set 3. Wala nang iba pa tayong pwedeng puntahan. MJ versus R7 nandito na.
Solo anchor on JCD. So many balls on this guy. AWM has to hit it and he does kay Rel. So definitely a good denial. So matches just off of that. Quick reaction papunta doon sa may C mid. Very much a very nice adjustment para kay JCD now. So now it will be another attempt para sa kanya. JCD overreaches too far. Papunta kay Jason, and with the entry, there's an opportunity for them. Ninkyu with 1k jam after patayin tong si Yaba. Charles already at the right place. Pulls out the cult, gets a double kill as well. And it's all gonna be on Zach. The MVP from the first set has to hit one. He does kay Charles. But now 1v2 para sa kanya. Nade is perfect pero it's not enough. But it's still gonna be Ajax with the spray from the AK to get the first round para sa R7.
Yeah, that's definitely one heck of a defense para sa R7 no, na minsan lang talaga natin makita. It's one of the few rounds din na pino-force nga nilang pumasok ang matches with no warnings whatsoever. Hayaan nyo na sila mismo yung gumawa ng play. And then R7, I feel like that kind of round simplified what could have been a very messy round. Kasi nakita ko yung effort ng matches no? Yung room cleaner talaga nila, yung pag-aangat talaga ng mga pwesto, kinubra nila talaga kagad, but hindi sila match no kay Charles. Now Zach, binabawi na nga dito yung dalawang namayapan niya mga kakampi at makakuha din ng isa pa si Yaba sa may labas lang ng hukay. It's now a 3v3, biglaan na nga lang nagkakalipanan ng mga katawan dito, no? R7, possible rotation dito sa bypass. If they can hold this down, maganda to. Pero si Zach, possible pick-off din sa may LA.
If he overpeaks, I think Charles also lost on the timing, especially now that Zach's already connected with his teammates doon sa papuntang bypass. So it's all gonna be on the hotel player. And the possible rotation from JCD to catch off the squeeze dito sa B site, execute the matches as they already inside of that bypass push. JCD, right place, right time for him. Has to hit the shot. He does with the quick scope. As Ajax, right place as well. Into the 1v2 para kay Yaba. He has to continue with the headshots, but Charles is going to be very far away with the rotation. As Yaba knows that he has to peak with the perfect timing. He does with the headshot. 1v1 now. And it's up against Charles. He's been very well adjusted sa matchup natin so far. Pero kailangan niya labanan tong si Yaba, who's been very accurate, very precise with the headshots. He's checking for the hotel flank. Galing dito kay Charles because there was no info. They knew that he was from A, so all the possibilities are endless para dito kay Yaba, pare, as he now has some space to either play bypass or balik dun sa may hotel.
Di pa nga siya sure kung saan siya pupunta no? Baka nga mag-high mid na lang muna siya, mag-take siya ng RS, tas tsaka kunin yung C4 no? Pwede na nga yung gagawin niya dito, makakapasok na nga siya ng batteries at kailangan niya mag-ingat sa pagtatop walk dito kasi pwedeng marinig din to ni Charles anytime soon. 19 seconds left on the clock. Si Charles nakabantay pa nga rin dito lamang sa may hotel unless i-push to nga to ni Yaba. Nagkita na nga sila at nagsilipan na nga yung mga katawan. Nararamdaman na ni Yaba na makukuha niya na nga. And he got the kill. Charles was so close. 16 HP yung pagitan ng round na yun. Tsaka kay Charles pre. As Matt just ties it.
My God, pare. So close where the one round where Yaba needed to hit the headshot, he just committed to the spray. Pero buti na lang napatay niya agad. Si Jam nung nag-rotate siya pabalik from that hotel no? Would have been an easy kill kay Yaba and would have stopped them from getting their first round. Pero what a commitment from Yaba. Just rotating all around the world doon sa may hotel, pabalik sa may akyatan para lang ma-fully clear na yung mismong B-site. So now Ninkyu, entry on in, spotted na agad si Jeff Frost and he's gonna go down without a fight. A 5v4 now. R7, they give up yung A-site pero they're gonna try to squeeze ang MJ as they get themselves yung A-site natin. Ajax with a perfect popcorn. Kills up Ninkyu with the nade. With R7 now trying to bounce back into this with a squeeze play. May MJ, kailangan lang i-check yung flank. Nakita pa nga nila yung Vents player. Si Ajax mapapatay lang in just a short while with just another spray down from Rels. It's looking good for Matt Jess as it's all gonna be on Charles left.
And mahirap to para kay Charles no? All he could do is just spam down top A. Pero mabilis din kaagad makukuha ng matches yung trade na yun. Kahit nga hindi na nga nila itanim yung C4, no? The confidence was just there na makuha yung power position ng site. So, hindi nila basta-basta makuha yung plant kasi alam nilang threat pa din yung pag-spam ng nades ng Rhea 7. Charles now with a possible angle dito lamang sa may vents na pwedeng ikamatay or pwede niya rin ikapaldo Zack and Yaba now pushing, setting up the crossfire. Pero inaantay lang din natin kung ano yung magiging execute dito ng default ng matches. Hiwa-hiwalay sila sa mga mapa na nakikita nga natin, no? Especially the angles here, very, very important na kubrahin ngayon ng Rhea 7. When it comes to being deep, there should be some awareness, no? JCD and Jason, possible, no? Pwede silang magkita. Ninkyu holding down bypass and JCD will be winning that using Peaker's advantage. Tumatakbo ang oras, parang bypass na nga yung gustong atakihin dito nang may iwan nga si Zack para malason ang RS ng Rhea 7. Pero may kita din kagad ni Jeff Fox with a very good adjustment at makukuha niya nga yung headshot. Sumunod pa nga si Rels. Sige, umisa-isa kayo. Lumiliin niya kayo sa crosser ni Jeff Fox. Pasok ang may mga appointment ng gusto ng headshot. 4K para kay Jeff Fox. What a hold!
At kung kanina pang may headshots lagi si Yaba, si Jeff Rux naman ng sumasaw-saw pare. Very much in control of that high mid. And definitely no pressure from Jeff Rux sa isa-isang lumalapit na Matt Jess players pare. Talaga nga namang needing a step up from Jeff Rux. He's been absent all throughout the series. Ngayon pa lang siya umiingay all throughout against these players on Matt Jess. Finally finding some form into the matchup. Especially with how well they had put a lot of their investment doon sa may hotel. Matt just knew na once na papatayin lang sana nila kung si Jam, they could have steamrolled doon sa B-side pero knowing that they're walking to a crossfire, they knew it was a big threat. So that high mid setup na ginawa nila was just a desperate call. Si Jeff Rux lang yung nag-benefit at si Jam pa nga into the second round. They get one, they get another one. Jeff Rux with one more attempt with that high mid defense. How can you stop this guy? Just throw the nades, throw everybody to the kitchen sink. Yun nga lang, buhay pa si Jeff Rux at habang buhay pa siya ay may high mid control pa ang players ng R7.
Kaya na nga, R7, wala na silang kinikilos pa no? This is now a very disciplined Rhea 7 that's not forcing anything na hinahayaan ng alangang matches dito sa mga oras na to, no? Rels gets the perfect timing pero si Ajax mapapalitan din kaagad with a very good kill. Ang tagal ng laban doon lamang sa may bypass at biglaan na nga lang naging 2v2 bigla. Ramon, tinatapatan na ngayon ng matches yung init ng panahon. 2v1. Charles, bigla niyo na lang nakita yung mga kakampi niyang nawala. Naku nga naman, paano sila makakalaro ng retake ngayon? Pwede niya makita si Zack dito. At ayun na nga yung mangyayari. Charles with a full load of HP. 100 para sa kanya. Kumpara mo kay Rels na 21 na nga lang. Naka-om naman pre. Mahalaga na yung isang bala dito ni Rels tumama sa katawan ni Charles para makuha nila yung round na to. Pero si Charles, meron siyang 30 pagkakataon para talaga pasnangin si Rels. He only needs one. MJ, nakatakas sa round na yun.
The superstar AWM player na isa sa mga pinakaunang na pick up ng matches this year, finally showing some more brilliance on the server, catching up against the last player na si Charles, who've had full discipline. Alam niyang hindi nakaplant, hindi niya kailangan mag-peak, pero once na bumalik siya all the way towards high mid, he needed to know info kasi si Rels hindi siya talaga gumagawa ng kahit anong noise. No info at all made him try to peek into the loving arms of the sniper, pare. And Rels continues to keep himself going dito, to get himself that first blood kay Charles. What a beautiful exit from that round kanina, and an entry back in towards the site for matches ngayon into the 3-2 setup.
Dali si Charles dun, no? Parang hindi nga dapat makasama si Charles dun sa laban na yun. But, R7, kailangan na nalang itrabaho kung ano yung meron na lang sila dito, no? I feel like there is going to be a lot of ample aggression para dito sa matches na kunin nga nila yung akyatan at i-cross yung pwesto dito ni Ajax. Risky as it may be, pero it will put them in a very, very good spot, pre. Kasi mawawalan ng sniper dito ang Rhea 7. Mapapadali dito yung entries nga nila. Ninkyu, walang katakot-takot na naman na pumapasok ng site. At nagpapaulan na nga sila at makukuha nila yung unang kill dito. Jeffrox with a huge double. Sa wakas, bumabalik na sa lupa ngayon ang Rhea 7. Pero pinipigyan sila kagad dito ni Rels. Rels can't get the flick but Ajax will get that one. Zack sumasala yung mga bala at nabubuhay pa dito si Ajax na nabigyan ng pangalawang pagkakataon sa wakas. Tumama na dito si Zack. Once again, now on a 1v1. Jam will be getting that as we got back-to-back 1v1s. Ramon, binibigyan tayo ng malapelikulang laban.
Dumaan sa butas ng karayom. Yung headshot pa nga naman ni Jam, no? Talagang finding the opportunity just after profiting off of Jeffrox and Ajax's connection. Yung battery's defense pagkatapos ng entry ng matches all the way back in towards slide, talaga nga namang very much needed para nang may konting control ang R7 as Jeffrox will find another opportunity to get a double kill kay Ninkyu at Zack. No entry whatsoever. Matt Jess now stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Si Jason na lang, si Rels matitira dito, pero the crossfire is real. The triple kill from Jeff Rocks. Another one para kay JCD as well. A perfect round para sa R7 after a nice adjustment from the 1v1 kanina.
Ayan ang nangyayari sa mga teams na nag-hesitate na lusubin na lang yung LA. No? Nabibigyan sila ng pagkakataon na i-push na lang all the way towards boxes. At yun nga talagang ginawa ni Rhea 7. Smart decision from them actually. And a lot of utils din ang binato ng Rhea 7 just so that MJ could get delayed. And that is very, very nice para sa Rhea 7. Nabubuhay na nga sila ng dugo dito, and especially Jeffrox with 11 kills already, 8 of those being headshots. Damang-damang mo talaga yung init na itong lalaki sa server na to. At si Jeffrox, baka siya nga talaga ang susi dito kung bakit nakukuha ng Rhea 7 ang success sa loob ng Ankara, where it should have been matches delivering in all cylinders, pero grabe naman yung hesitation ng matches na nakikita natin mula sa kanila. And now, the headshot machine is now down na napalitan din kagad ni Jam. Jason will be getting Ajax. Magiging 4v3 nga biglaan. Charles, nice rotation para makuha yung buhay dito ni Ninkyu. And Jason, huge entry. Pero tinumo naman pre, yung paparating na miyembro na si Jam, si Rels, turns it around, gets the headshot beautifully, and JCD fighting down Rels. Tablado pa rin ng mga tao dito, magiging 2v2 na nga, pero si Jason, ine-entryan na nga, pumuporma, inaurahan ng Rhea 7, 4-4. Suntukan nga tong laban na to, pre.
At kung flawless round tayo kanina, ibalik ulit sa 1v1s where Jason needed to step up with that run and gun. Muntikan pa nga mag-line up yung dalawa na nag-rotate sa B-site, pare, no? And once na na-lockout nila tong si Jam, alam nila na sige, wala na magpa-flank sa atin, kaya buo na yung focus papunta doon sa may rotations ng RS, pabalik doon sa may high mid. And once again, pare, it will be Jason stepping up where they need him with another headshot kay Charles. JCD with the spray down, does not connect on towards the second player. We'll give them the entry, but Jam is here to stay and play. That's another shot papunta kay Ninkyu into the 3 versus 3 where they have to get the retake going after a plant coming down from Yaba from the matches side.
Now, simple 3v3. Wala nang kailangang gawin pa dito. ang matches. Anticipate lang talaga. Lahat ng angulo pwedeng kunin. Vents, EA, pati na nga rin yung exit. At nakakuha ng kanina informasyon ngayon si Zac. And nice trade dito para kay Yaba. As they want to go for flashes. Mamamatay yung unang layer ng opensa. And Rhea 7 gets the retake. Nasaan yung attention ng mga iba nilang kakampi? Hindi tumungo kagad sa EA. R7 gets the first half 5-4. Pero pre, yung laban na to, tabladong tablado pa rin talaga eh.
Oo nga pare, talagang you can tell that both of these teams just want to take yung ating last set pare. Matt Jess fully comfortable on top A at because of the amount of noise that R7 wasn't even making at all. Parang hindi nga nila na-expect yung triple flank na ginagawa nila dito. And fully investing the double nade setup just gave a lot more of that space denial. Kaya yung R7 talagang tamang focus lang sa retake from the back as it will be another headshot from JCD. Ninkyu did not expect that as R7 talagang naka-check-in na sa loob ng hotel at konting-konti na lang pa-check out na ng MJ ang round na ito.
See. Oh, what a fight by Zac. Parang wala na ata siyang dapat ika-react din eh, no? Bigla niya nga nalang nakita at biglang sumipa yung senses niya. Jason holding down bypass. Walang backstab na magaganap dito habang nandyan si Jason. It's now a 4v2. What a fallout para sa Rhea 7. Kala natin maganda na yung panimula nila dun sa round na yun na bigla na nga lang napalitan ng lungkot. Jason full magging down hotel entrance. Hindi nga sila makakuha kagad dito ng magagandang power position kasi nga duguan na ngayon si Ajax at lalong-lalo na yung C4 hindi nga nila maabot, masyado pang maikli yung agwat nila pre, you know? Tignan mo, matches just holding it down, ganyan kataas yung kumpiyansa nila.
Kaya nga, not even looking at RS at all kasi meron naman silang top player meron dito no? Si Zac with that AWM. So it's all gonna be on either Jeff Ross or Ajax siguro, no? Pag nakalason tong si Ajax with one shot, it does make it easier for them. Pero I think they're just using this time para pag-usapan na lang around din, no? 1 minute para lang maayos yung comms natin. Tingnan natin kung may mababago dito sa sistema. Pero yung flick ni Zac, perfectly timed papunta kay Jeff Ross. 1v4 na para kay Ajax, 30 seconds. Does see the jiggle peak, so kitang-kita yung shoulder at mukhang from the spray pa lang, Rels is just gonna hit that every single day of the week pare. So 5-5 na tayo. Tablado ang parehong matches at 3-7 dito.
Sabi ko nga sa'yo pre, tablado lang tong laban na to, no? At nababilis kagad na bawi ng matches yung yun lamang ng laron to, no? And it's all because of them just holding it down. Parang it's now an interchange of game style na ngayon, whereas R7 usually goes for the aggressive route but matches goes aggressive pero dun sa mga oras na kailangan lang eh, no? Tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ni Jason para makalakap na impormasyon, hindi niya ata alam na pa-cross na ng LA yung mga miyembro ng R7 at buhay talaga yung naging kapalit dun. Jeff Rox and the rest of the crew, lahat sila dito ang magkakatropa dito eh, naka-hold pa rin dito. JCD, what a shot doon kay Zac. At kailangan maglaro ng MJ ng retake ng kulang-kulang sila ng tao.
JCD, man. Aim lock on every duel. Never expected ng Matt Jess at all. Full CA control. After killing off 2 people trying to hold down the long angles, yun nga lang, na-spotted pa sila sa RS at mukhang sa B-site na nga magtutuos ang R7 with Matt Jess. Trying to bounce back in towards his 3v5. Yun nga lang, Ninkyu is gonna get expected. What a flick from Jam! Headshots on full form for R7 as it will be a 2v5. An impossible task at hand pero it is Matt Jess at the end of the day. Pero yun nga lang ang hirap labanan ng aggression ng R7 as Ajax hits the shot and Jeff Rox will kill off tong si Yaba. No headshots needed whatsoever from him. So it's a 6-5 para sa R7 and Matt Jess kind of slowing down on the tempo.
Yeah, so Matt Jess really likes to change their tempo quickly, ano? Pag alam nga nilang hindi pabor para sa kanila. Pero it's one of those few moments na bigla silang magiging unpredictable eh, no? They like to play aggressive tapos bigla magiging passive at yun din mismo yung nagiging sakit nila eh, no? They don't have any concrete plans kung kailan sila magpapalit talaga ng pacing dito, no? Kasi Rhea 7 just likes to play it aggressive. Hindi natin nakikita sa kanila na mababagaling nga sila, no? Yaba na holding down metal box at kitang-kita kayo sa Nest as Zac was able to get the kill. Jeff Rox gets the headshot. Beautifully done here by Rhea 7 para ma-delay yung pagpasok kayo ng mga miyembro ng Matches. Jason fighting for his life at nahanap niya na nga yung corner dito. Ajax now setting up the high-low para makuha yung post plant at finikan lang ni Jason. Sumakit yung paso ko dun. And another headshot para kay Jason. What a shot! Minamonta dyan tayo ng MJ tsaka ng Rhea 7, pre.
Aura farming! Ang Matches on the retake, pare. Talagang hindi mo alam kung nag-fake siya, kung narinig lang niya yung footsteps saka pa siya nag-flick, but the reaction timing was just perfection para kay Jason, pare. Just fully knowing that after he kills off JCD, it was just gonna be an easy entry. And just because of that top 8 position, just giving up for the retake scenario, that full trust for Matches finally coming up online in the retake scenarios. As now they give up yung high mid setup. Zach gonna hit the shot on one. That's jammed down. First blood found for the AWM. Ninkyu gonna drop in from that hotel to cut off those Ajax. So the flag watch is down. And Matt Jess finding form in the aggressive pushes para sa laban nila against R7. Pero yun nga lang, Charles and Jeff Rocks may panlaban kay Jason at Zach.
Maganda yung pinapakita ngayon ni Jeff Rocks tsaka ni Charles. Binubuhat nga nila yung bangko ng mga kakampi nila. They ultimately saved the round para sa R7. Nahalos na nga nakuha na nga ni Zach yung control sa RS na bigla na lang nabitawan dahil sa init ng braso ni Jeff Rocks at ni Charles. What a hold by them. It's now down to Rels para makuha niya yung clutch na to para sa team niya, no? And Rels gidulat dito ni JCD. And just like that, Rhea 7 returns the favor. Hindi na lumalaki yung lamang ng laro to, pre. Puro piso, puro piso. 1v1, 1v3. Lahat ng senaryo nakikita na nga natin. And it's definitely a best of 3 na nakikita nga natin ngayon, pre. We got a series on our hand.
Absolutely, pare. Cinema as we know it, as Charles is gonna run and gun them down with 2 kills. Ninkyu and Jason explodes out of Akyatan. Not given an inch. R7 just want to take yung B-site na mabilisan lamang as Jeff Rocks would hit another headshot. Everybody has gotten their aim locks controlled. Si Yaba na lang ang natitira, pare. 1v5, not the headshot, not needed. Spray towards Charles and expecting yung Akyatan player na mukhang konti na lamang magugulantang laman nitong si Yaba. It will be an 8-6 na ganong kabilis lang, Salvatore.
Yeah, it's that quick, no? Like, finally, some form of waking up para sa Rhea 7, no, pre. Talagang gising na yung mga dugo na itong mga players na to na matapos na tong Ankara at mapatunayan na sila mismo yung mas handa kumpara sa Matches. Talagang binibigyan talaga tayo ng isang magandang pahapyaw at parang spoiler para sa kanila, no, kung ano yung magiging itsura ng playoffs ngayon. Kasi so far, Rhea 7 has been in the driver's seat na nakikisabay lang talaga ang Matches pagdating sa biyahe. Just reacting appropriately dun sa mga plays at sa wakas yung pagkuha ng impormasyon ni Jason, pumaldo na nga siya. Tunnel is now covered. Baka LA pa rin ang gustong atakihin ng Rhea 7.
Patience is key nga naman. And finally, it does work out the charm as JCD and Ninkyu, they get a trade-off sa bawat sektor ng mapa na ginagawa nila. Vents and control. Lalo nandito si Rels as well. So now that R7 are now in the numbers advantage, si Jeff Rocks kailangan pumitas ng isa at mukhang na-equalize pa nga Ninkyu trying to open a window para sa players ng MJ, where JCD is also spotted from taking that pressure sa may high mid natin. So everybody from R7 trying to take their own solo objective while Jason decides to kill off JCD. Sa tinagal niya dun sa may CA, binigyan ng opportunity si Jason para mapag-backstab in towards a 2 versus 3 where Zach just hits another shot kay Jeff Rocks. It's all on Charles now in a 1v3. Slide on towards him. 1 minute on the clock. C4 sa kanya. Spotted yung AWM, so kailangan niya maging careful sa timing niya dito as he commits to the plant and tries to see if he can bait out a shot kay Zach to possibly get the headshot going, pero with the smoke, with the flash, it's not gonna be enough. Zach's gonna hit it all the same para sa Matches. 7-8 sa paglaban nila against R7.
Elementary na yun, pre. Basic na lang para sa Matches yung retake na ganun, pre. And you kind of wonder like what went wrong para sa Rhea 7 na makuha na yung possible set point, no? Kasi it would have been really nice kung makuha ni Charles tsaka ni JCD yung maagang power position sa kahit may high mid lang or even sa hotel. Pero I believe Jason just took a lot of time. Inantay niya lang talaga yung pwesto nila sa may LA. And this is one of the few moments na nakita nga natin na sumakses si Jason dun sa ginawa niyang play. So wala talagang hotel. Puro fake out lang. Rhea 7 They want this control over at LA pero parang nabaliktad na nga. MJ trying to make it an effort para ma-push nga tong angulo na to at ma-push off ang Rhea 7 pabalik ng RS para makapag-regroup nga sila at isipin na lang na pwedeng mag-stack ang Rhea 7 sa may hotel. And what a kill by Zack. Napipigilan nga yung momentum dito ng Rhea 7.
Ang daming naubos ni utility ng MJ. It's just full priority on trying to see if they can lock out yung midside natin. But Ajax has to expect this. What a quick scope kay Rels. But will he expect Yaba to try to trade them off? He does with another quick scope. Pasok sa katawan ng headshot machine. At hindi nakareact si Yaba with a 3v3 now on our hands. Jeff Ross tries to provide a window for R7. He does with another kill kay Ninkyu. He is gonna be low on HP, so dapat labanan ni Jason na maayos to. But now that Zack's here, the support is real para sa kanya. The headshot from the sniper! Not something you expect time and time again from Zack! As he hits another one kay Ajax, will it be number 3? Laban dito kay JCD, a clutch attempt in the 1v2. Pero tamang timing lamang, not for Zack though. At mukhang na-expect pa nga niya yung flank coming down from Jason. 1 minute on the clock, pareho siyang low. Jason just needs one shot coming from him. And it looks like he has time para makapag-rotate pa. JCD, babalik pa siya ng high mid. He can go back towards RS. But possibly Jason could just peek him! The headshot from Jason was absolutely perfect!
Sukat na sukat! Tutok na tutok! Sa tuktok ang punlo! Oh my God, Jason! What a timing! Pre, kumbinsido na ako na mapupunta na sa Rear 7 yung round na yun, pre. Walang dapat ginagawa si Jason dun sa round na yun para tumagal. Pangit na nga yung timing niya dun sa flank. Pero nakuha niya pa rin yung clutch. And now, Majes needs to make it happen dito sa round na to with all of the momentum that they got from that last round. Jeff Rox at si JCD. Bigla na lang tutuba with a sudden rotation from Yaba. Huge double si Ajax na natitira. And now, tinatakot na ng MJ gamit ang multo. And Ajax gets the kill. Pero tatlo pa rin yung kailangan yung kunin dito, pre. R7. What went wrong sa momentum na nakukuha nyo? Ninkyu, nakita na nga yung possible position dito ni Ajax sa CA at pinaulala na nga kaagad. And that is so easy para kay Ninkyu. Matches 9-8.
9-8 sila ngayon, pero nararamdaman ko na feeling ko pumunta pa tayo ng OT dito, pare, no? Just so aggressive on all fronts. And now Matt Jess on a fiery start. R7 now gonna try to bounce back into this aggressive mid setup. So many smokes, so many flashes, but high mid still controlled by both Jam and JCD. They already have RS. Hindi alam ni Jason to, but possibly, because of the time, Rels can just give the communication. He gets 1, he gets 2 from the headshots. Jeff Ross and JCD down. We're possibly gonna find a 10-8 scoreline as everybody from Matt Jess is not stopping anytime soon. 2-1. Matt Jess winning yung Ankara. And with this, pare, Matt Jess secures yung Ankara map natin.
Buti na lang, Matches activated sa mahalagang oras. And Matches just proved everybody that they are indeed the standard when it comes to Cebuano Derby spray, no? Sila na yung masasabi mong mainit talaga sa panahon to, no? Whereas Vengeance and Sunday Shrooms had a lot to prove in that matchup. Paano pa kaya tong Rhea 7 tsaka Matches? Sa wakas, tapos na ang kwento ng Impact Group Stages at binigyan tayo ng isang magandang performance ng R7 at Matches. Palakpakan sa kanilang dalawa, pre. That was very, very nice. And what a closer para sa araw na to, Ramon.
Oo talaga, pare. We've seen absolute cinema sa buong serye natin dito. Just things that you can expect from a Cebuano Derby. And considering kung gaano kalapit lang din yung magkakaibigan ng R7 at saka Matt Jess, I knew that they had fun at the end of the day. No? So hopefully, talaga maraming mapupulot na aral para sa pareho nating teams dito. Lalo na dito sa Matt Jess, sa pagpasok nila sa playoffs, they will have a very, very nice record coming into this. Just solidifying again yung kanilang top 2 spot nga nang. At saka for R7 naman, no, despite the loss, I'm pretty sure that this still just leaves them into the top 4 spot as well. No? So maraming aral na pwedeng ma-apply papunta doon sa playoffs contention natin. And just to highlight a few players, no, ano yung pinaluto nila sa Matt Jess squad talaga? Kasi when it came down to the absolute minuscule moments, talagang ang init talaga ni Jason at saka ni Zach. These two players just found so many ways para makapanalo ng mga rounds natin. And it just can't help to say that R7 just we're dying to try talaga against these two players eh.
Yeah, that Ankara was definitely a righteous place para makita natin yung init talaga ng laro dito ni Rels no. So, Rels really had it easy for his role no. Na makikita mo na mas nahirapan pa si Zac tsaka si Yaba na makuha yung mga kills para sa team niya no. JCD, Charles, especially Jeffrox pre. Talagang paghati-hatian na nga nila yung pyesa ng ginto para doon sa MVP trophy pre kasi I'm not really sure who gets the losing side MVP kasi doon yung 3 players na yun na masasabi mong sumalba kung bakit tumagal tong laban na to no, if it wasn't for the double efforts ni Jeffrox, yung lurks ni JCD, the nice shots by Charles hindi tayo magtutungtong sa gantong classic entablado pre no. Masyadong mainit tong laban na to para talaga sa isang laban na to na kailangan nila paghiwalayin yung isa't isa pre. Parang nanonood ako ng laban ng suntukan pre legit kasi yung palitan ng suntok from haymakers to matches, yung pag-jab straight netong Rhea 7, retake after retake, 1v1 after 1v1, tamang-tama lang yan pre bilang panapos ng araw eh.
Totoo pare. So kung gaano kaganda nga ng buong broadcast day natin where the stories just keep going on tapos napakaayos din ng performances ng lahat ng teams natin for today, no? So congratulations nga sa matches. Pero big props as well to R7 no? Kasi kahit doon sa pareho nating sides where they started on the GR side where they had very very nice defenses, very nice adjustments as well sa pace and tempo ng matches, you can definitely find out na once they found a really good bearing sa buong game natin, talagang kahit may talent ni Yaba on the headshots, kahit napakaayos din ni Ninkyu on the entries sometimes it all just comes down to yung mechanics ng R7 as a team. They have the talent, yung team play nawawala, pero ito yung pinakamagandang display ng team play sa R7 talaga no? Just goes to show that sometimes yung time is a very very nice weapon as a team at kapag umaabot sila sa napakatagal in our season, mas lalong gumaganda yung laro ng R7 despite the loss against matches.
Ang mga naman doon pre, time is indeed a weapon na ginamit ng dalawang team sa to, no? Pero slight advantage lang talaga ng matches sa second half just because they have a much chiller time. Parang mas kalmado sila doon sa mga rounds na kailangan lang namin talaga tayuan tong pwesto na to. Especially from exit, from RS, or even at high mid. Lahat ng yon was just a simple time for matches to just be playing a simple crossfire. Lahat ng yun pre, collectively naging susi kung bakit nila nakuha yung second half na yun no. Pero ang ganda ng pinakita ng Rhea 7 no, yung grit and grind nila makuha yung mga power positions na meron ng matches was so brutal na kailangan pumalit dito yung mga buhay tulad nila Ajax, nila Charles para talaga nila makuha yung pwesto na yun no. And that post plant was just really really nice. Kung hindi lang nakukuha nila Jason or even nila Rels yung mga clutches pre, baka sa overtime na tayo nagsasalita ngayon, Rabon. But it just really had to be the day of matches dito sa Ankara, pre.
Totoo, boss no? Talagang from the set summary, we can show kung gaano ka-close nga naman yung naging matchup natin. And perfect timing. Ito na nga. For the side of R7, you could tell that Jeffrox, Ajax, and JCD really have tried their best talaga. No? And not only that pare, they've proven that they can really show off their best sort of skills laban dito sa matches. Yung kung gaano ka-precise nitong si Jeffrox, especially on that high mid play na kanina pang nagre-replay sa ulo ko pare. Pero it also just tells you that R7 is still a very potent team. Top 1 or top 4 not, talagang this team really has a lot of firepower left in them. With a few more steps in their play, siguro nga makakakuha sila na napakalaking lason against the top teams, against matches, and this series just proves it.
Tinan mo kung gaano hindi naman nag-i-stand out yung mga ano dito, no, KD, except Jeffrox, pre. Like, maganda yung 1.25, 1.33, pero 1.73 on 0.80 headshot per kill. That is absolutely insane. Jeffrox, 23 AP pa nga, no? Pre, might as well give him the team, no? Parang 5 Jeffrox ata yung kailangan para matalo tong matches, pre. Pero, saddest bit maybe, no? Jeffrox, kailangan mo talaga makatanggap ng isang malaking letter L ngayong araw na to, no? At si Zac ang ating magiging set MVP na walang kasawang-sawang kumukubra talaga ng mga ganitong klaseng gantimpala.
Kaya nga, what could have been a reverse sweep has been swept up by Zach and how well he has been performing on the server with this AWM talaga, And honestly, it is no surprise that Zach really wanted this game badly, From how well he has been precise on his AWM, how instrumental he was, and how close these games have been on very, very unexpected timings, on really good positions as well. Nakita mo kanina, nasa nest siya. Siya yung isa sa mga nag-stop sa pushes ng players on R7, So talagang nahirapan sila lalo na dito kay Zach on that GR side, and you can very well expect that from Matches and how well they develop their talent, So for a combined score of 24 laban sa masabi nating 21 ng Rhea 7, it was that close, pero eventually when it came down to the minuscule moments, Matches were able to deliver.
Yeah, so Rhea 7 really fought until the end. Hindi sila bumigay dun sa ginawa talaga nilang mission ngayong araw na to, Nabigyan tayo ng isang magandang laban, and Matches as it shown dito sa laban na to, na Matches is definitely feared. Yung pagkuha nga nila ng second seed dito, something that they should really be proud about, Na malaking bagay, malaking factor sa Matches yung gantong laban na to, Kasi makikita na nga natin as a spoiler na prepared si Yaba dun sa mga duels na yon. Charles and JCD for Rhea 7 naman. Ito yung mga players na makikita natin sa playoffs na feeling ko, pre, mas lalaki talaga yung mata natin para sa kanila, pre.
Yeah, just a big eye-opener talaga for their performances. Especially since yung ibang players dito, actually sa buong broadcast day, naging team siya na yung mga hindi star players yung nagkakaroon ng spotlight. But for their stars, si Rels naman, yung mismong nagpakitang gila sa buong series natin. Kung kanina si Zach, ngayon yung isa na pwedeng mag-rifle, yung isa pwedeng mag-snipe, talaga nga namang nagpakitang gila sa buong series natin. From this guy's destiny, we knew that this guy can be talented when it comes to AWM, pero once he was forced on to play a role that he is sort of new in, there was doubts. Pero ngayon pa lang sa series na to, nakapag-prove siya na kaya niya makipagsabayan sa mga rifles.
Yeah, so it's such as Rels being a top 2 sniper dito sa tournament na to, Parang nagagawa niya maging flex talaga sa lahat ng mga angulo ng mapa na to, Being the anchor, being the backup, attacker na nga din, with that AK. And Rels just flexible like a rubber band, pre, na maaasahan mo sa lahat ng aspeto ng laron to, And I kinda see the resemblance dito, na from what Yobib is to Evos, ganun siguro ka-impactful si Rels para dito sa Matches, Si Yobib malaking player na maaasahan mo dun sa mga magagandang plays. And ganun din si Rels, And in the spotlight na dapat si maraming kills yung nakakuha ng MVP. Si Rels yung pinapasimple yung idea na natutulungan ko kasi yung mga kakampi ko para makakuha ng space, And I kinda like that about Rels.
Simplicity is real talaga. Simplicity is beauty, kumbaga. Yung saying na sinasabi natin for Rels, and I think that just summarizes yung Matches team play as a whole talaga. Not needing to do too much, not overcomplicating the situation. When it comes down to the do or die, talagang makakapag-deliver ang Matches natin dito. It's another evidence kung bakit sila yung isa sa mga top teams natin sa Impact Summer, And they will continue to do so as they will reign in towards that playoffs contention into a top 2 slot. Kasama na ang ating Sunday Shrooms, kasama na nga ang Heroics, pero tingnan natin kung how this will affect yung standings natin in just a short while, kasi medyo inaayos-ayos pa ng ating production, bago tayo pumasok sa standings natin, Mr. Salvatore.
Yeah. And I like what I see actually, Yung gantong klaseng laban is something na mapapa-excite ka kung ano yung itsura ng standings, at hindi na nga tayo pinatagal pa. Eto na, pre, Matches overtaking the number 1 spot at makakalaban nila ang Rhea 7 sa playoffs, and that puts Sunday Shrooms and Heroics as our playoff bracket na, pre. Okay, pre. Okay to, What a curveball, pre, What a curveball sa ating tournament na to.
Wait, so sinasabi mo sa akin na nag-game 3 yung games na to, na malapit na sanang pumasok sa OT, na kukuha pa tayo ng isa pang Matches versus Rhea 7 Alimita. Yun ang sinasabi mo, Salvatore.
Ay, nako, pre. So, hindi pa pala tapos ang suntukan ng Matches ng Rhea 7. May kita pa natin sila ng mas matagal na pang BO5 naman. So, Grabe no pre, tapos as soon as we thought Sunday Shrooms was definitely unbeatable at ang magiging standard ng buong tournament na to, no, pinakita ng Vengeance na hay naku nga naman,
No.
kailangan yung bumaba sa lupa pre at kailangan yung mahambulan. Kasi Sunday Shrooms now taking that fight up against Heroics, parang it's still something na masasabi ko, hindi rin lalayo, no, makakalaban nila yung Rhea 7 or Heroics pag pumunta sila doon sa number 1 and number 2 respectively. Ang laking kalaban pa rin yun para sa SS eh.
Yeah, bro. It's just gonna be one hell of a playoffs bracket pagdating doon sa next week's nating games. Just pure all-out action pagdating dito sa Impact Summer Playoffs. And gusto ko na talaga mag-next week, pare. Kasi mga BO5s na, duguan na kung duguan. Isang ban lang ang makikita natin sa buong map, Vito, because almost every map will be played. There's also a possibility na baka makita pa natin yung Mexico too. So the surprises are just endless, kumbaga. Now, with this, pare, what else can we pick out of this, no? Kasi alam na natin kung sino yung top 1 to top 4. What else can you say about this whole season dito sa Impact Summer?
Ay nako pre, parang tinaasan niya talaga yung expectations ko pagdating sa Impact eh, no? Masaya yung nakita ko from last year's iteration of Impact na hindi lang actually Vanguard yung nakukuha nating attention eh, no? You have teams like X-Solo, Q, Amelion Gaming, and even yung unang iteration ng Rhea 7 na nakikipagsabayan talaga sa isa't isa. Pero ito pre, itong Impact na to from number 1 to number 8, nagpakitang gilas nga talaga. Al Sovereign upset, Vengeance upset, yung pag-angat ng Cypher Pro team sa standings, Sunday Shrooms natalo pre, headline lahat ng mga laban talaga pre, no?
Oo, hindi lang sa mga last few weeks no, sa buong Impact Summer nakakuha tayo ng absolute cinema. Talagang very well put talaga yung na-put together ni Smilegate, no? So thank you so much Smilegate sa pagbuo ng Impact Summer, sa pagbuo ng schedule natin, kasi sagad-sagad talaga yung Crossfire na makukuha natin sa buong linggo no? So hopefully nag-enjoy yung Crossfire community, pati na rin ang ating PH community na nanonood pa lang from start to finish, kasi gusto na talaga nilang malaman kung talaga nga naman kung sino ang pinakamalakas na Cebuano team natin dito. It will be matches as well as again, yung napakaganda nating broadcast day for today's broadcast. No? So thank you so much. Thank you so much sa lahat ng mga nanood from start to finish. And that has been the group stages para sa Impact Summer. And I think that also will wrap up today's broadcast. No? So before anything else, Salvatore, ang dami pa nga kasi pwede natin pag-usapan no? What else can you say about these results dito sa ating broadcast day?
Definitely no pre, parang binago niya yung perspective ko from week 1 up until this week, no. Kasi feeling ko iba pa yung team na nasa isip ko kung sino yung magna number 1 eh. Alam ko bumoto pa ako ng Rhea 7 nun at that time, tapos pinalitan ko ng matches, and then it ultimately went into Sunday Shrooms direction just so para sa week na to, mapunta sila sa number 2 seed. So, lahat talaga na expectations talaga natin, pre, na shattered. Di ko lang alam kay Sneaky kung natupad yung sa kanya, no? But either way, pre, the point is, grabe naman yung binigay na curveball at plot twist nitong PH Impact, kasi it's one of the few tournaments na kailangan muna natin panoorin bago sa Masters, and alam mo naman may mga tao talaga mas prefer yung Masters, but pre, ito talaga mas gusto ko yung action talaga dito, no pre, mas ito yung inaabangan ko, and I kinda like what I saw from week 1 up until this week. Yung back and forth, yung init nila sa isa't isa to get that regional final spot, it's just really really good.
Yeah, it just tells you how big of the stakes that we have dito sa PH Impact. Hindi lang sa tier 2 tournament na mabilisan lang, pare. Ang talagang, hindi lang naman kasi prize pool yung pinaglalaban nila dito. A spot in the play-ins sa ating regional playoffs by the end of the year. Talagang, who doesn't want that, pare? To get yourself an opportunity para makapasok sa Crossfire Stars, ay malaking talagang opportunity yun. Sa kahit sino, not only para sa PH Impact, PH Masters players, pero pati na rin dito sa Impact. So thank you so much sa Smilegate. Thank you as well sa lahat na nanood. Huwag niyong kalilimutan na meron din tayong preview show tomorrow every Friday, at may kipagkwentuhan tayo with our beloved host na si Vil, as well as some of our Crossfire talents, as well as a very special guest from the Crossfire community as well. And no, so before anything else, last words, Salvatore, before we wrap up.
Okay, So, ako nga pala si Salvatore. Samahan nyo kami dalawa ni Ramon tsaka ni Sticky Frog sa mga susunod pa na action dito lamang sa PH Impact. Pag pumasok na nga tayo sa playoffs kasi susunod na linggo, dapat naman nandiyan kayo kasi kaabang-abang lahat ng action. Best of 5 na to, so dapat kasama namin kayo para bigyan nyo kami ng enerhiya hanggang sa punong dulo ng tournament na to. No? Meron pa tayong preview show at ang pinakamalupit na Masters Group Stage na panapos ngayong araw ng Sabado tsaka ng linggo. Lahat ng yan sa page ni Crossfire Philippines. Kaya i-follow nyo na nga, like and share nyo na nga rin yung mga streams natin. At maraming salamat sa inyo, Crossfire Philippines.
Maraming salamat sa lahat na nanonood sa amin. Noong nagsimula tayo hanggang sa huli, ito lang ang buong group stages ng Impact Summer pero hindi pa tapos ang bakbakan. Next week, BO5 na at playoffs na para sa Impact Summer. Kapag si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore. This has been the broadcast day for Impact Summer 2025 and we'll see you next week para sa playoffs.